Hello everybody, welcome back to Wappleville. We got ourselves two more Trench Crusade busts. We were talking about doing these. This one's going to have some fun blood effects on it. This one's actually going to have a little bit of maybe object source lighting in here too. Inside that little alcove right there, we got lots of metals, lots of gold that's going to happen here. We got references down there for you. Actually, I'm probably going to call up some references for myself too. You can see what we did last week. This one and this one here. So this was last week's. We've got Court of the Seven Headed Serpent here. And then this one is, I think we've been going with the, not Trench Pilgrims, New Antioch. New Antioch on that one. That's right. I always get those two kind of mixed up. I did do some Red Brigades. Say I did the Hussar and the female sniper. So hopefully by the Monday stream we'll have those all cured up, ready to go. Let me just scare up my references here so that I can have something to look at myself. Always try to have those up on screen for you there. Let's see. Here we go. Somehow they migrated elsewhere. 1 second here. They have completely disappeared on me. Okay, that's better. Now I can actually see them. And again, those are down in the corners there. Let me just move this thing over here. There we go. Okay, there's one. Let's get the other one. Nice little portrait on this other guy for sure. Here, let me just move this over. And didn't move over. Okay, now it is. There we go. Now we're ready to go. So yeah, nice little portrait on him. That worked out pretty good, I have to say. Not too shabby. Hey there, Armored Wolf. Sorry to bug you during a tournament. I guess how many players are there? I'm trying to guess. Now, is some of your terrain there? I know well, obviously they changed all the terrain rules and everything, so I wasn't sure if, you can actually use your terrain anymore, or has it changed back, or is it more terrain agnostic or whatever? Okay, well, hopefully everything has been above board, so to speak. No arguments or nothing like that. I mean, you would think with 12 players that would be to a minimum, but, well, depends on who the 12 players are. Again, sorry, sorry about the voice. It's going to be messed up for some reason. Don't know why. I did, well, I did try to snarf down food like about 2 minutes ago. So that's probably part of it. Again, I might have to drink something here in 1 second. I mean, I was literally trying to shovel that food into my face as fast as I could so that I could actually be here in time. Still was 5 minutes late, sadly. I tried. Considering that the normal, well, what's become the normal time for these things has been more like 11:40 or 11:50. Technically, this is almost 2 hours. Actually, it is 2 hours earlier than the Thursday stream. Doesn't sound like much. Huh. When you gotta do all these graphics and stuff, will you be surprised? Now, this dark brown primer is not that dark. We've set it up a bunch of times. It looks dark until we start to do our darker glazy things, in which case then it ain't so dark. There was a little bit of weirdness with the prints last night. Don't quite know what was up with one of them. I don't think it was a support thing. I think it was more like maybe the interior geometry of the file or something. No way that's how I was going to try to mess with that. And then I just realized, like, nope, there's no way to do that and do all the stream prep stuff. So we'll have to wait for that till after the stream. There's just been been a lot going on with the Eldritch Foundry folks. So that's taken up a whole bunch of extra time. Lots of messaging to do today. Now here you can see straight away, I mean, this little bit, and we have been we have been varying the colors here too. You can see the difference that makes straight away. Look at that. That's a big difference, just again, out of the gate. You know what, I'm going to grab me some of that. I just grabbed a little bit of the Mars Yellow Deep to chuck out here. We'll do the usual. Glazy after this. Yeah, let's bring some of that down into here too. Let's do that. Over here. And that. Even, yeah, let's get a little bit more of that down in the plant. That's been my favorite part. I mean, this part has been fun with the Trench Crusade stuff, but my favorite part has been by far the plinths. I don't know, Armored Wolf. I mean, the plinths usually they seem to be like an afterthought for the most part. I guess it's the basing. I guess it's the basing that makes me say, you know what? These could be more than just like a stick. These could be a whole diorama unto themselves. And it sort of does work that way. I mean, I think that's how these have kind of played out. They almost look, again, like little dioramas. Let's put it this way. On average, if you were to, the time that I spend developing these, the most usually goes into the plinth. Because, I mean, the character is the character. When it comes to these things, it's generally the pose. Okay, do I want them looking straight ahead? Do I want them looking off to the side? For whatever reason, eyes open or closed. But I think you can see there's a little bit of a difference between those two plinths. Now again, obviously eyes closed here, eyes open here, but it's the plinth really makes the difference. And of course, our core to the Seven-Headed Serpent, right? Even that plinth gives you a very different vibe than this one. And it's not just okay, this faction gets this plinth. It's actually way beyond that. It's more like this character gets this plinth. Because every single one of these, there's some difference in the plinth. There's no two plinths that are the same. Now, of course, there's going to be common bits. All right, shell casings, sandbags, barbed wire, helmets. I mean, well, yeah, World War I and all that. There's going to be some commonality. Trench vibes. Obviously, some iconography because, Trench Crusade. I mean, it's in the name. Hey there, Nurgle Matthew. How you doing? So sorry this was a little bit later there, Nurgle Matthew. I was hoping for 10. We got about 10:06. That's I'll take it. Given how much I was bouncing off of walls today, I think I will take that start time. Could have been longer, let's put it that way. So great to see you there, Nurgle Matthew. And of course, last night's stream, this is one of our figures from last night. Little Sauron on, Sauron on the throne, so to speak. And again, sorry about the voice for whatever reason. Well, I think I know the reason. Like I said before, I tried to literally inhale some food right before the stream. That's probably not the highest quality idea right there. Ooh, look at this. Now, okay, here. Look at that difference. Hey there, Blades. Happy streamiversary. We never got a chance to do this for Blades. Everybody, please give Blades81 because right there, this is again, a delayed little celebration for Blades on the streamiversary. There we go. A little bit of hype train for Blades. So yeah, Blades, I've been trying to do the earlier Saturday streams there. And by earlier, it's 10 instead of midnight. So, Blades, if you want to share stuff in the chat, please go ahead. Yeah, I was even trying to maybe get to as early as 9 or something like that, but yeah, that wasn't going to happen. There's no way that's going to happen. Well, especially not if 10 or 10:30 is when I'm getting to sleep. That's not going to be the case. So great to see you there, Blades. Everybody check out that Instagram link there. Hey there, hey Dread, how you doing? Great to see you too. And again, everybody check out that Insta link. Everybody please give Blades 81 a follow. Just had that just had the 3-year stream anniversary. Hey there, Camda. Judge Dredd, Phthalo green, well, phthalo green and radiant green, that's typically what I use for a verdigris type of a finish there. I don't think, and phthalo green, a nice translucent color, right, Dread? Actually, Dread, if you wanted to share some stuff in the chat, same thing there, Camda. Why don't you share your stuff in the chat? Oh, also, let me see if I got this correct here. I think we have this correct. Now, let me just double check here. Yeah, no, I don't know if that's the one. Don't know if that's the one. Let me just try this again here, because it could be the wrong one. No, that's the right one. So again, that's the Lord of the Rings themed gummy bears. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Camda just posted. And again, that link that I just shared, that is the new video with the Lord of the Rings gummy bears. That's the first time they've all been together. Well, sort of all together, because they're not all in one picture, because there was 28 of them. Yeah, there was no way all 28 of them are going to be in one picture. So you can see the difference right there. So again, great to see everybody. Yeah, we're trying, at least for the winter time anyways, to see what the earlier, if I can do these earlier stream times for folks. Maybe it starts to migrate to other days, but Saturday is the one day that's the most practicable, as they say. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Judge Dredd just posted. Dredd, if you also if you wanted to send me send me pictures of those on the Instagrams too, so that I could check them out, that way good too. So yeah, if you wanted to shoot me some Instagram pics or whatever. Now I will be posting that video to Facebook tomorrow. Here, let's get some more of this over here. And well, hopefully those files have been okay. Blades, same thing there. Now, Camden, did you get a chance to do your stuff with that you wanted to do with your flats? I knew there was something I wanted to ask you, Cam, that I couldn't remember what the heck it was. Yeah, it was about the flats that you wanted to do. Now again, lots of blood effects over here, so we don't really have to go bonkers with metals and all that kind of stuff. I mean, it's Trench Crusade after all. There's a theme there. Yeah, Judge Dredd, more green, more better. I mean, geez, I put that all the time in the. Well, let's see. Oh yeah, here. Well, there you go. Right, blue is reflected in the gold. So if it's going to be around all the green, it's going to reflect the green onto the gold. Makes total sense. Yeah, Camden. I was hoping that. Well, obviously, I was hoping that would calm down to a dull roar. It seems like it's still a screaming roar. I mean, like genuinely crazy there. So sorry that things are all kind of bonkers there, Camden. I was kind of hoping you might get like a 24-hour reprieve or something there somehow. There we are. All right, so look at that. Now we can start doing some of our glazy stuff on here. Just cleaning this baby out. 1 second here. I think I can just go with this because, here, let me get back to my references here. Nope, that was not what I wanted. And then this one, okay, there we go. Got my references back. Let me see. So I thought I had this turned off, but I guess not. There we go. Okay, that means I gotta get my references back up again because the screen has went over the top. Okay, now we're there. I'm gonna grab me some of the Indian yellow here. We got the asphaltum out here. Also got our terra rosa out here. For some gold. Well, we're gonna be doing some gold here, Dread. And guess what? There's going to be greenish reflections on there too. Because of what's around it. Yeah, we're gonna be doing that. For sure. And it's the unknown factors, right, Camden, where you kind of run through scenarios. Yeah, you start running through scenarios, and for some reason, all the scenarios are not the most happy scenarios, right? Now that's more the asphaltum. More the asphaltum there. And then we'll switch away from the gold as we start moving down into this here. So Indian yellow, also asphaltum. Now we're going to switch to more of a Van Dyke brown. And this is the Williamsburg Williamsburg Van Dyke brown. Ooh, I wanted whoops, wrong. There we go. We're going to need this for our blood effects anyway, but I was kind of wanting some of this in a few other spots. We don't usually get a chance to utilize Perling Crimson as a glazy thing, but I think we might just do it. Now here we're getting some of the violet in here, so that's and that's not Egyptian violet, that's just Dio violet. Just a little bit of dioxazine there. Gonna go in here. So Blades, hopefully not quite as cold there. I don't think you've been getting any more snow, right, Blades? And again, sorry about the voice. I literally tried to snarf down food right before the stream, and that was not that was not a great idea. I'm already on my second cough drop here, and that's sort of helping, I guess. Let's do this right in here again. That's got a little bit of the violet in there. Over here now. Hopefully you get a little bit of a break from that there, Blades. I don't know, I guess warm stuff is coming, not sure. Yeah, see, that's a nifty little, I like that little combo right there. We'll also try to maybe get well, more of our weathering powders on these. That's been a fun thing to add, especially to our plinths. I mean, look at how much darker this is. Judge Dredd, it's that super light attempt. Now, of course, we will be when we get up here and stuff like that. We're actually going to be allowing that to mix Dredd, and that's been the handy part of this darker primer method. To me, it just presents actually a few more options. Again, we're just touching it there. That's it. If we start doing more of this, see now it's starting to mix. See that? That actually started to mix there. Yeah, I think I think anything would help at this point, Camja. All right, a bit more of that Van Dyke Brown into that mix. And you can see we're kind of, we're going to, look at this. Huh, pin line wash. See how it escaped down into there? Yep, that's what you call a pin line wash right there. Let me see if I can. Okay, it's not letting me do that. One second, let me just move these things a little bit further up so I can see them better. Okay. It sure feels that way, Camja. Oh, now this is some of the black here. Might get a little bit of the Payne's gray involved in this too. Let's see what we got here. But I'm gonna go back to some of the asphaltum as well. Again, just trying to make stuff darker here. And that's certainly gonna make it darker. More of that here. Trying to get variety in this along the way also. Okay, we've got more of the asphaltum now in there. Now starting to maybe think about some of that Payne's gray here. More Payne's gray. More thinner. Just a little dropper bottle of thinner. That's all that is. See, we're kind of changing the color here. Not super obvious that it is, but it is a change in the color there. Some of that on these sides. Some here. Gonna get the top of that plinth there. So again, like I was talking about earlier there, it's all about that plinth. It used to be all about that base. Now it's all about that plinth. Now here, see, look at this, Dread. See how if I do this, see how it's mixing there? So it's kind of an intentional thing. Kind of intentional mixing going on there. Maybe more of the Payne's gray. Like this. And like I said, we've got more of the Red Brigade stuff that we've been working on, and there's two that I really want to try and print in the overnight hours tonight. That would be those two, let's see, the flamethrower. Again, that's the Red Brigade's flamethrower, and then that kind of the spirit coming up out of the battlefield corpse there. I think that's going to be a super fun one. So see Dread right here. Again, there's less. Now here, look at this. Intentionally, look at this. Look what's happening there. See again that's mixing with what's on there, because that's what we want to see happen right there. Hey there, Horns fan, how you doing? Horns fan, we kept talking the last couple of streams that I keep completely forgetting what's going on tomorrow. I'm like, oh yeah, that's right, that's tomorrow. I literally have to, Horns fan, I got to remember that that's actually happening tomorrow. Now we'll move on to our, whoops, wait a minute. I'm looking over here and like, why does this seem so much, because there ain't nothing there. Let's get something over there. So great to see you there, Horns fan. Horns fan, and the opportunities were there. The opportunities were certainly there. And again, here's some of the stuff we did. This was last night here. So we've had our series of Thrones, Horns fan. Yeah, I mean we have lots of chocolate-covered raisins here. That's why we've got our Throne series. I also have Galadriel on the throne too. I mean, all that lambus bread, right? That's gonna have an impact, right, Camda? And here's another one that we did last night. It's another one of our homemade miniatures right there. Now, Horns fan, here's another thing. Given the fact that there were 47 head coaching vacancies in the NFL, and the reason I'm saying 47 is because you got to count some of them double. It could be worse, Horns fan. You could be a Cleveland Browns fan, where even your own coaches resign. I mean, it's one thing to be firing your head coaches and all that kind of stuff, but yeah, when your own coaches say, you know what, nah, I'm out of here. I'm pretty sure that the Bears kept their coaching staff intact. I could be wrong about that, Horns fan, but I'm pretty sure, which I was very surprised because, again, 230% of the head coaches were fired. Some of them got fired 2 or 3 times just to make sure. And of course, well, Dallas, they certainly fired their. Oh wait, no, they didn't. Well, at least they got rid of the Eberflus thing there. That won't hurt, Horns fan. Yeah, that didn't work out so great. Now this is a little bit more of a skinny tones to it here. A little more of a skinny tones right there. Horns fan, and it is interesting because well, of course they had 12 Pro Bowlers. Yeah, that's right, Horns fan. It's pretty inexcusable that Cleveland did not go to the Super Bowl given the fact they had 2 Pro Bowl quarterbacks on the team. Yeah. But all kidding aside, I mean they have talent. They're now, of course, those are players that all of the good teams just want to poach. Let's do this. Again, that's all kind of a nice pin line washi type thing going on there. More pin line washi stuff here. Yeah, we're just kind of doing the darker glazy stuff right now. So see, Dread, how it's just kind of surfing on top of the paint there. It's not getting mixed in with the paint. This, at least not right now. At least not right now. It's not. More of the burnt umber over here. We're also trying, you can see we're trying to use some natural stopping points there, if you want to call it that. Oh, I'm going to do this. I'm going to give me a little bit of the Purdy Crimson in there. Not that his jacket is red. It's just, again, it's all about kind of switching up those colors. Trying to find differences where we can. Now see this right here, not exactly a true pin line wash because that wouldn't be hanging there. That would not just be a hanging there waiting for me to do something with it. See that? So not quite a pin line wash. It's almost there. It's close, but it's not quite there. Hey Ryan, how you doing? Geez, Ryan, sorry I didn't get a chance to get you. There's a bunch of pictures I wanted to get you, Ryan, of all of the well, as we're calling them, the mega reliefs. So yeah, well, Ryan, I'll try to shoot you a bunch of messages tomorrow with some of the info there. Ryan, why don't you share some of your oil painted minis there? Because Ryan also paints with the oils. Now that's gonna be metal right there, so we're gonna change that. Just gonna get more of the Mars black into that. Let's see what happens with this here. So great to see you again, Ryan. Yeah, again, sorry I didn't get a chance to shoot you a message. It was just way too crazy today. It was kind of bouncing off the walls today. Now look at this. See how that deposited down in there? Pain's great. Fine, I'm just going to chuck it over here. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Ryan just shared. Gonna just try to shoot some of that down into here. Like you do. Now, Horns fan, did you get a chance to see last week the ones that I was painting? The first of the Iron Sultanate busts and the our Stigmatic Nun. Here's Stiggy. We're just calling that one Stiggy right there. So Horns fan, I just put them up on the Instagrams actually, and of course the video is up on the YouTube channel. And also too, this video just went up onto the main YouTube channel here. This is basically all of the gummy bears. That is all of the Lord of the Rings gummy bears. I'm glad those turned out. Now, actually, hey Ryan, did you get a chance to mess around with that skin tone anymore, or just were you letting that have more of a chance to dry and such? Yeah, sorry for. I was like, I wanted to ask you. There was something that you were working on, and it's oh yeah, it's that pesky skin tone stuff there. Yeah, I don't need that big old chunk of Payne's gray on. Okay, we got rid of some of that now. You can see how much darker that is. Going to get some of this Payne's gray in here too. Yeah, because that is actually metal right there. So yeah, everybody check out the YouTube link there. That again is the new gummy bears. That's all the ones that I've got painted. I guess I've got 28 painted gummy bears, Lord of the Rings gummy bears now. There's other ones that I've printed out that I have not painted yet. Oh gosh, at least 5 of them. Well, Ryan, obviously, let me know how that endeavor goes. Again, everybody plays. Now, Camden, you posted your Insta. Yeah, you posted your Insta there too. Actually, Nurgle Matthew, I don't think you posted anything in the chat there in a while. If you wanted to post some stuff, please go ahead. Now we'll get back to our judge slash executioner one over here. So that would probably be the ring race. Let me see if I can find him here. He is, I think he's all the way in the back somewhere. Here he is, yeah. So that's the ring wraith. Well, it's the generic ring wraith. Yeah, he's the generic ring wraith there. Okay, we got a little bit of our Indian yellow in that, not a ton. Not a ton of the Indian yellow there. So see, that's all getting nice and dark there. Thanks, Horns fan. And actually, Horns fan, I'll be trying to put this up maybe next week or something like that. I've got a Google Drive link. Yeah, it took a little while to get those organized. It took about 36 hours to figure out where in the world all those where those were. Hey there, Free Heathen, how are you doing? So this is this Trench Crusade thing. Yeah, I'm kind of glad I'm in the middle of it. I'll just take sour and let me tell you, these guys creep me out. Thank you so much, Free Heathen. Appreciate that. Now, we haven't had a 6 on our Gandalf 6 in a while. Ooh, we almost had one. It was kind of like here, boing, right there. So not a bad roll for the Free Heathen. So Heathen, I hope that you are well. Yeah. Horns fan, I will at some point do this one again, and I'm gonna do that as a Swedish fish, Horns fan. So yeah, there's no way, shape or form I can't do this at least one other time without making that a Swedish fish. So wow, I can still say happy Saturday for quite some time. Normally I don't get to do that, right, Blades? Yeah. I don't get to say happy Saturday. Usually I get to say like for 5 minutes and then all of a sudden it's Sunday. Look at this. Look, we got reddish stuff going. We got some brown. We got more of the Payne's gray over here. And check this out. See how that's kind of reconstituted itself, Judge Dredd? Remember we were just it was looking all kinds of weird, nasty, and now it's kind of coalesced together. Hey, Sea Dragon. Well, glad that you could. I felt bad about yesterday there. Well, earlier today. uh, uh, glad that you can see almost the whole thing, Sea Dragon. Yeah, I was sorry that you weren't able to see a whole bunch of that. Free Heathen. Actually, this was the person that I rated last night. That was kind of part of their conversation. I guess if you don't get to watch the person stream for a while, Twitch automatically unfollows you. So you probably were followed, Free Heathen. But yeah, for some reason, if for whatever reason you can't catch the stream for a while, it just says, "Oh, you don't want to watch this person," and it just unfollows, which is stupid, but it's kind of how it is, right? So great to see you there, Sea Dragon. Because we can double dip too, right, on our glazy stuff, and maybe we even do that. All right, look at this here. Look at this here. We got violet, we got perline, crimson. Then we're gonna go together over here. Hey there, Grey Wolf. So Grey Wolf, again, why don't you post, if you don't mind, post some of your fabulous journeys in Middle Earth stuff? Yeah, go ahead and post some of that. So Grey Wolf, I thought I'd already sent you that song. I guess I hadn't. I thought for sure I'd sent you that one. So my apologies, Grey Wolf. Oh, and Grey Wolf, I was resupplied with resin. So I'm gonna try to do some test prints on some of the stuff that you sent me there. Yeah, I didn't want to say, well, here's some STLs before I had a chance to try and print them out there, Grey Wolf. Yeah, see, so Sea Dragon says it automatically unfollows you if you do not watch frequently. Wow, even frequently? Holy smokes. Now, they actually, hey, Heathen, same thing. If you got some stuff, some big projects that you're working on, you want to share those in the chat, please go ahead. Grey Wolf, I'm also going to send you some stuff. Well, after the stream, you'll see it tomorrow. These bas reliefs that I'm doing. Look at this. You see how this is already starting to get less shiny? And look at this. See, there's all these kind of color transitions here. Does that not look like leather already? I haven't done nothing with this, and that already starts looking like leather right there. Oh yeah, Free Heathen, go ahead. Go ahead and share that. Sorry, Free Heathen, I should have said, I should have said that. Okay. So again, each of these plinths, very, very, very different. Like, look at this one here. Okay, there's your anti-tank, and there is your tank commander. So two varied, obviously, kind of trying to get, I wanted to have that sort of Mark IV / Mark V riveted armor there, and then obviously lots of shells. Now the candles next to the shells could be interesting. And then of course we have, I really love these because getting a chance to do the stained glass in those has been very, very cool. Oh, geez. Horns fan. Check this out. We did this on Monday. Look at that. Now look at this. Bam, look at that. So that is the first, that's Middle Earth War at Sea. Oh yeah, Grey Wolf. This is Miwa's Middle Earth War at Sea. Look at that. So this is the very first of our ships. Yeah, look at that. That did not work out too bad. And this is the Harad flagship. The whole idea behind the Harad ships is that they're basically like floating olifants. So all of the howdahs, right, all the supports for the howdahs, that's what they hang all the sails off of. And the idea is they want to have high perches and be shooting down with their bows. So they want to get close to you, but not too close. So again, they can be shooting down onto your deck there with their bows. So Horns fan, like I was saying, this is for Miwa's Middle Earth War at Sea. Remember, Horns fan, well, check these out. It's going to take me a little while to get to them. 1 second here. There we go. So remember all the 28mm ships that we did? We did 3 Corsair ships. We did an Elven ship. I actually did a Dol Amroth ship. But we need to kind of... basically, the Middle Earth War at Sea would kind of be the strategic, and then the... whoops, I've already scrolled past it. 1 second. There we go. So yeah, that's the very first test print there, and it worked out way better than I was. Look at this. See how it's got some violet and some red. So as the shininess goes away, and again, look at this. Doesn't that already look like some kind of semi-rusted metal right there? So again, once the shininess goes away, that really does change the appearance of it. Thank you so much, Dreadnought. Appreciate that. You shall not pass. So tanks, you say? It's like, yeah, they're pretty good, except until they get stuck in a trench. It's like, we got like 10,000, or hey, we got a Balrog over there. You mind if I borrow your tank against him? It's like, I don't think it works so well against a Balrog. It's like, but it's got guns, right? It's like, yeah, but there's lots of gas in there. It'll just catch on fire, and then it'll explode. Well, then what good is that? We got ourselves another roll on the big Gandalf 6 for Dreadnought. Ooh, it was a narrow escape. It was just about to be one, and then it kind of fell over into a 2. Now, if it could have fallen some more, it would have been a big Gandalf 6. So thank you so much, Dread. Appreciate the follow. Now, where's our first one? Okay, here was our very first one that we did. And if you remember this character right here, it's one of my favorite characters. 1 second here. This is not where that's supposed to be. There we go. Oh, look at that. It's also on one of our flats. So we're having a lot of fun doing this stuff here. And, of course, Well, there's the original sketch of it right there from a while back. Now, of course, our Thursday stream was this. Our Friday stream was this. So this was super fun, and all this stuff is stuff that I made. Everything that you're seeing here, these are all figures, flats, and busts that I made myself. Here was again, this was another one that we did last night, and we've got larger versions. Oh, and let's not forget, we still have these. We still also have our Battlestar Galactica bust too. Where's our Cylon here? There he is. This is a tutorial video on the Patreon page there. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Grey Wolf Studio just shared. You know what? Let me just sponge up some of that right there. It's like, where did that get on my hand? Oh, it's from him. And now, again, we could start to... which one do we want to use? Do we use this one here? Or this one? Ah, this one. Yep, this guy. Now, some of this stuff is still, again, semi. Here, let me get a little bit of my chromium oxide in there, too. Ooh, some of our violet there. And look at this. So you can see that's all mixing right there. Look at that. So we could have done this, a whole bunch of layers. It would have taken, I don't know, a couple of hours or something like that just to do this stupid helmet. Or we could do that. Yeah, I'm thinking this. Right, I'm thinking that instead of let's have this take like hours. Nah. So again, everybody check out the Instagram link that Grey Wolf Studio just shared. Some fabulous, that's all the Journeys in Middle Earth stuff, right, Grey Wolf? We gotta wait on that. we better wait on that to set for just a smidge there. Again, we're just gonna use this almost like a micro filbert brush here. And let me grab some of this and some of the violet. In you go. Look at that. So Grey Wolf, I was kind of hoping that the earlier start time might make it a little bit easier for you to join. Again, trying to make it a little bit easier on everybody, especially Blades, right? Blades being that Eastern time. So look at this. See how that's all just kind of blending on its own. How's about some skinny tones here? A little bit of skinny tones. So everybody check out the that link there by Free Heathen. Now, Free Heathen, have you been sorry that I haven't caught your streams? Everybody, please give Free Heathen a follow. So Heathen, maybe let folks know when you might be streaming again. Yeah, let folks know when you might be streaming again there. And again, sorry that I haven't caught any streams in a while. So you can see that? See how it's starting to get a little hint now of some of the skin tone. How's about we take that a smidge lighter maybe? And by smidge, that doesn't mean there's a slightly lighter color on the brush. That means there's a much lighter color on that brush. Again, this just here is a craft brush. That's all it is. So see all the glazy stuff that was done in there. That's kind of providing, kind of making it look a little bit more like it's got some greenish grays in it, which, well, you would kind of think would be there, right? Let's see. So 12 noon. So again, everybody please give Free Heathen a follow. Noon Pacific. Noon Pacific. Everybody again, please give Free Heathen a follow. Again, Heathen, great to see you back. Heathen, let's put it this way. Everything has just like, there's been so many developments since you were last here. It's pretty shocking. It's pretty crazy. So look at that. See how that kind of, look at this. Even this little bit here, kind of giving you the hint of some kind of metal there right now. Over here we got, well, let's see. This is, hey, look at this, Dread. Look at that. That's mixing. It's a same as what we were having over there. Heathen, it's always great, all of us streamers, right? Especially those of us that, shall we say, might be on later in the day or at great frequency and stuff. We all gotta support each other, right? For sure. Now over here, see if that's a little bit too shiny, a little too slippery, we don't do anything there. We just say, okay, let's just let that area have a chance to set. We go over here. You say, well, what about this? Let's maybe have some fun over here. I'm going to take that same stuffs, and that is going to go in here. Now that's got a little bit more of a bluish tinge to it. Maybe more. Does not have to be some kind of supremely perfecto thing because, again, it's going to have those blood effects on it, right? So lots of blood effects like we have on Stiggy over there. So Camda, well, you use the metal scraper, right? That's all I use, just the metal scraper. What I try to do is kind of get one corner there, Camda, and just try to kind of sneak it under that one corner, and then try to get a little bit of leverage on it. So yeah, Heathen. Actually, even Armored Wolf was unfollowed from me. I mean, that's like the bestest moderator on Twitch still was unfollowed by Twitch because Twitch is twitchy, right, Camda? So again, we're trying to get a little bit of our metal. There we go. There we go. A little bit more of that metal. A little bit more of that down here. Everybody, please give Erid Canwave a follow. So, Erid, I hope that the stream was fabulous today. It was the dual stream, right? And of course, Erid, why don't you share some Pinterest stuff? Why don't you share some of that Pinterest stuff there? So Camda, yeah, you know how we were talking about how I don't change the settings really at all? I'm still using the exact same resin. That's the Soraya. Now it says water washable. It is not water washable. That is false. That is fake. It is by no stretch of the imagination is it water washable. You gotta use at least gotta use the whatchamacallit there. You gotta at least use the rubbing alcohol like I do, and then you can use some water to rinse off the rubbing alcohol and other resin residue. Yeah, that water washable, that ain't true. Everybody check out that Pinterest link that Erid Canwave just shared. And everybody please again give Erid Canwave a follow. Looky here, look at this. Okay, we're not gonna bother doing a whole bunch on it. There's gonna be blood all over the place here. Why am I fooling around, wasting my time? Also, too, weathering powders, that sort of stuff. We're kind of waiting on all this to get less shiny over here. Camda, yeah, that's, I just don't even see how that's possible. I mean, all kidding aside, been around the resin long enough, right, Ken? It's like, there's no way. There is no way that's really a thing. They can say it is. That doesn't mean it is a thing. Nope, not at all. Now, gonna get us. Okay, let me get more of this green in here. Also, some of that. Some of that. Again, all this stuff has tons of, still lots of our thinner floating around there. So we're only, again, just doing a little bit. Just a little bit here and there. I think I can actually go back to the face here to do some more of our lighter stuff. On the face, again, using another crafty brush here. Nothing fancy. Well, looky there. Look at that. See how that's getting a whole bunch lighter. Maybe we even take some of the paint off of there to let that have a chance to mix together like we do. Come on, a little more over there. We go. A little bit more over there. Maybe a little lighter in here now. Like so. So Grey Wolf, I've got some other stuff. Let's see. I think Ryan, I sent you. Oh gosh, geez, Ryan, did I send you any of the undying stuff? Yeah. Oh, and Ryan, guess what? I don't think it was a full 3 days, but I was able to do the survey thing and get another 200 credits. What, yesterday? So Ryan, I'm just gonna make a ritual about that every single day. I'm just gonna go over there and check. It's like, can I get me 200 more credits today? That's the greatest thing ever, Ryan. Because I mean, we don't do math here, but if every 3 days you can renew that at 200 credits a pop, that's double your for free. That's double what you're paying for. Now, of course, you have to be vigilant about it, right, Ryan? You can't just not do it. So there is some work involved, but I don't know. It's I think it's pretty well worth it, right, Ryan? So again, that's on Meshi. If you do this thing, there's 20. They'll show you 20 files, and you basically have to say, okay, which one of these is going to print better? Which one of these has a better structure to it? Which one better captured the original details? And there's 20 of them, and if you do that, you get 200 credits for doing that. And considering each of these costs a minimum of 20 credits apiece, that's a minimum. That's if it goes perfectly right the first time around. Oh, look at this. Look at that. More dry brushy stuff. Even though all this is wet, it's the wettest dry brush ever. So you get 1,000 credits normally per month. You fill out this survey, well, every 3 days for 200 credits. Again, I'm not good at math, but 10 times 200 sounds a lot like 2,000 credits to me. Could be wrong, but I think it is. What do I know? I don't do math. Ryan, I was wondering. Now, I don't think it's the case. This is just something I was hoping. I was actually hoping that it was using that to gather your preferences as well. So it's like, oh, okay, he doesn't really like that. Maybe we won't do that on his stuff. So I wasn't sure if that was the case, right? I was kind of hoping it was. I don't think it is. Just a hope. It's funny, Ryan, because on some of those, I'll be like, yep, it did that to me. And I was not a fan of that. It is, I guess, like you say, it's a way for us to kind of, in addition to our, thumbs up and thumbs down on our own stuff, to kind of say, yeah, don't be doing that anymore. Look at that. All right, again, that's just all I had to do was just do some dry brushy stuff over the top of it. I guess it could be easier than that. I don't quite see how it could be easier than that. Again, it could be somehow, some way. Again, just turning that into a little micro filbertines type brush there. Look at that. Looky here. We just passed 1 hour. Yeah, 1 hour ago. Both of these here had no paint on them whatsoever. Right, Underdeep, how you doing? No problem there, Grey Wolf. Again, I got. I'll try to get you a bunch of different stuff. And like I said, those credits we were talking about, Grey Wolf, Ryan and I. That's another reason why now I can actually go ahead and do some of that stuff because it requires a few credits. So I'll shoot you a message. Nope, it's tomorrow. It is still Saturday. Look at that. We've been streaming for an hour and it's still Saturday. Holy smokes. So thanks for the lurk, Underdeep. Appreciate that. Well, of course, happy Saturday. Enjoy the game. Enjoy the game. Well, we got to refresh that brush. We got a whole bunch of darker stuff on there. It's a little combo of the asphaltum and the Naples yellow. Little combo platter there. Let's do this. Now, again, apparently the Eldritch Foundry folks, between the BSG ship that I did and this, they were mighty intrigued. I said, well, look, you already do. You've got your, like here, like the cloth controls, the weapons and everything. It's like, you're already doing it with figures. Why could you not do that with ships? Where people can basically, okay, here's, I want these engines on here. I want them this size. I want a hull that's more like lattice work or something like that. I want a hull that's more like, say, a more solid type of a hull. A different, you could just do hull shapes. You tack on the engines. You tack on weapons arrays, solar arrays. So that's your sci-fi style ships there. And then, of course, you got your more sailing type ships. Okay, masts. How many masts do you want? What kind of rigging is it? Square rig, gaff rigged, Chinese junk style. What kind of rigging is it? So see you later there, Grey Wolf. And again, appreciate you being here, like always. Thanks, Heathen. Years and years ago, I mean, like when I was really, really, really young, I was given a book on ships. Basically, it was like an 800-page book on the history of ships, from dugout canoes to nuclear-powered ships. I think I was given that when I was 6 years old. And I took modeling clay and I would make model ships based on what I saw in that book. And ironically enough, they were about 1/1800 scale size. They were pretty much this scale of ships, which is hilarious. Horns fan, I mean, wouldn't that be, because you see that all the time, Horns fan, with like, now again, I don't play video games, but it seems like, was it World of Warships? Now, I think maybe that the skins are more customizable than the ships themselves, But I think, aren't there other games out there where you basically construct the ships? Heck, I can even remember, like, I think there was even games like that in the 90s. So catch it tomorrow there, Grey Wolf. Now look at this. See how easy it is to look at this. Now remember, there's violet in here. It's in the glaze. It's almost like we did a pre-glaze on this, Ryan. Look at that. Actually, Ryan, speaking of this, with the asphaltum and stuff, I was just thinking of the skin tones that you were working on there. And this is I don't know, maybe Ryan, I'm doing this kind of color stuff here because I was thinking about the skin tones on that one piece that you were working on. Because there's a lot of the stuff that we were talking about, the Naples yellow, a little bit of the violet in there, and then the asphaltum. But see, look at that. You can see that violet. Look at, there's gray, there's violet within this what might be a brown trench coat kind of thing. So much more depth, so much more interest without a whole bunch of struggle, without a whole bunch of time. None of us has time for that. None of us has time. So we gotta try and maximize that time by minimizing the time we spend fooling around with just what essentially is like underpainting. We don't need to spend a whole bunch of time on stuff that people are barely going to notice. Was that return on investment, I guess? Is that what we're talking about? Yeah, you invest $300 and you make 30 cents. Maybe you need a better return on your investment. Now, of course, if your initial investment was, $30 billion, then that ratio, that'll give you some coin in response. But at least for now, I don't have the 30 billion to invest. At some point, that's when we'll invest in our evil painting fjord with its own flak towers. Okay, we're gonna set you aside because, and we'll do a similar kind of deal there on his. Look at that again. You can kind of see the color starting to emerge there a little bit. Gonna get me some of that violet. Put you in more of the violet. And now get a little bit of this dry brushy stuff going to happen here. There's still a little hint of some violet going on in there, but again, without a whole bunch of layers. Hashtag no layers. Over here, same deal. Again, using like a micro filbert. What do we got here? Some more of this. Little more down there. Sneaky snakes, they need to get some lighter stuff too. I am going to fool around with the golds here. Let's mess around with some of these. We got this. We got this. Same sort of a dry brush concept here. See that darker stuff on the brush? That's because it's mixing together. Nope, gotta refresh that again. Actually, Camda, this is one of the Paul Rubens lighter yellows. I think I was fooling around with this maybe during the, oh gosh, was it this one here? This yellow medium or something like that? I was using that on the, I think on the video where I was painting the backdrop. Yeah. Come on, there we go. Now we're talking, and again, look at, see, we got that darker stuff on there. We got to refresh that brush. Yeah, Camda, I'm going to be experimenting some more with those lighter ones. That, again, we really haven't used a whole bunch in previous vids. Gotta refresh that. Gotta refresh that brush. Nah, good idea. Good idea there. So again, you can start to see that. It starts to... we'll try and get me some of that up here. Come on, there we go. Oh, nope. Look at that. See that darker stuff on the edge of it? We gotta refresh, get that out of there. Try that. Now, this is still a little bit too juicy right there. Can't mess around with that. This different story, I can kind of fool around with this stuff down here. See that darker stuff? We'll have to refresh that brush again. I also here. Let me just get a little bit just to kind of mark this. Yeah, fine. Here, let me grab that again. That's that lighter yellow. Paul Rubens. We're gonna break that. I think this is another one of those colors, Cam, that you might want to have the thinner sitting on for a while. This is the one I want. This is the one I want. I'm gonna get rid of that and that. Okay, alright, and I might even do it now. 1 second. I might just do that now. Jeez, I gotta get my thinner back out on these again. On the white. That too. And then I'm gonna put some on that, because that yellow medium seems like it wants to have the thinner sitting on there. Alright, we'll do that. Breaking down some of our white here. Because we really need, if we want to have that glowing stuff happen in there. And then we'll get some dark around that, but we'll have to wait. We will have to wait now. I think I'm going to grab me some more of this. Yeah, let's do that. So maybe a little bit less of the dry brush stuff. This actually has a little bit more thinner in it now. And by a little bit, I mean a little bit. It's, we went from that, again, pretty much pin line wash early on. Now starting to move away from the pin line wash aspect. Thin sticks to thick and vice versa. And the thin might just mean 5-10% less thinner than the thicker. Doesn't necessarily, again, mean massive amounts of liquid in there, or thinner, or whatever's. So you can see how that's starting to play out a little bit. I'm going to take, I wonder, speaking of Perling Crimson and our violet here, I'm going to put this in there. Oh yeah, that's gonna stand out. Yeah, looky there. Look at that. Am I zoomed in all the way? I am zoomed in all the way. Okay. It's funny, Camda. Just in a regular 2D painting standpoint, I think you probably see it play out. You've seen it play out there too, right? Where all of a sudden, just like bam, it just sort of happens. I mean, it happens with the flats too. I mean, again, even here, right, there was a point with the Aragorn one where it went from just like a whole bunch of random mid-tones and semi-lights to it's like, oh, there's something there. Possibly even a little darker up there. Nope, 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 nope. Back off to the asphaltum there. Get this edge a little more solidified here. Hey, Bandar, welcome back. Great to see you there, Bandar. I'm going to take... Whoa, looky here. We got chromium oxide green, which is now going to go into our golds here. Whoa, look at that right in there. See, that's much more interesting now. 1 second there, Bandar. So great to see you there, Bandar. I hope that all is well. A little touch that on the, so again, let's see, we got that green, touches of green happening here. People will be looking at this, they won't necessarily say, oh, look at that green. They'll just say, wow, there's some really nifty color stuff going on there. What's the deal with that? Even this over here, this is actually going to be a little bit of red versus green contrasty stuff going on. Violet versus the green there. So again, Panda, last night we had some fun working on it's our throne room series. I also have a Galadriel on the throne, and then of course here was our Golden King of Abrakan on his throne. Some of that green even in there. So again, little touches of it here and there. Now again, with the shiny stuff there, we can't mess around with that, right? We gotta make sure that we give that a little bit of space. And again, appreciate you watching there, Bandar. So I'm gonna try and find some more of our lights. There we go. Again, 1 hour 18 minutes ago, both of these guys, well, had Zippo in the way of paint, as in none, not a zilch. There was some lighter primer. That's about it. That's all there was. Now, even these things here, there's a lot of really heavy amounts of thinner around them, which is why this is practically just straight out of the tube, right? So again, that difference between thick and thin. Doing that here. Gonna catch some of that down here on this chain as well. Let's get this. And like that. Ooh, let's get a little more light on that side of it. Like you do. More light on our sneaky snakes down here. More sneaky snakes. this. More of that here. Hey there, AD. Great to see you. Everybody, please give AD Creations a follow. AD, we got stuff to share. Why don't you share some stuff in the chat there? So AD, I'm guessing that all the, was that the 10 inches of snow, that's probably mostly melted by now? I mean, if it hasn't, I would imagine a good portion of it is gone. More of that here. Now, AD, we're going to be streaming on Sunday. Can everybody please give AD Creations a follow? Yeah, I wasn't sure. Obviously, there's a certain game being played on Sunday, so I wasn't sure if you're going to be streaming. Wasn't sure if you would have to be heading over to somebody's house or whatever's. Okay. For Drake May versus Legion of Boom 2.0. AD, I got a whole bunch of images that I want to send you of these, as we're calling them, those mega reliefs. They're they're almost more like shadow boxes than bas relief. In fact, they basically are shadow boxes. How printable they are, well, we'll find out, right, Camda? Actually, Camda, again, if I can get files of those cleaned up and made, I'll be trying to put those into Google Drive folders, and then maybe you could also experiment with those and see what you come up with. Same thing there, Ryan. I'll try and get you those. Now, AD, if I sent you the Google Drive link to the gummy bear files, is that something that would be helpful for you? It's like I got too much going on right now. Just wait. I was going to send you those, and I'm like, no, I should probably ask and see if you really were going to have some time to try and print those. Bandar, if you wanted to share any of the stuff that you might have done out west there, please go ahead. Let's put it this way, Bandar. Some of the stuff that I'm talking about, Penny might be very interested in these mega reliefs here. So yeah, I'm hoping that, like we were talking about, right, to have some really fun stuff for Penny to maybe, who knows, maybe Penny can try that out in your classes out there. That's what I thought, AD. Yeah, I'll just wait, AD. No sense in rushing. There'll be plenty of time. Plenty of time later on. That was too much of that. No problemo, because I'm just going to get this here. Some of this. And then do that. Like so. Darken you down a little bit there too. Underside of those nostrils there. One second, there we go. Oh, that's okay, Bandar. But yeah, there's some game-changing stuff going on. Let's put it this way. Again, AD, I don't know if you had a chance to share some stuffs in the chat, but again, you want to share some things, please, please feel like you can do that. So let's maybe have him off to the side, give him a little bit of a rest, like, because we got this guy over here. Gonna do some stuffs on him. That's why I haven't been painting the epaulets there, because I figured, well, we're gonna have to stick our hand on something, and in this case, it's going to be the epaulets. Poof. And let's expand that over a little bit to the side. Okay, there we go. Alright, he's nice. Now, that green we were talking about, how about we combo that with, look at this, it's the Terra Rosa of greens and the Terra Rosa of Terra Rosa. Combining those together, Camden. Who'd have thunk it? There, alright. Some darks. And here's some darks. And here's. And we can definitely go lighter for sure. Trim that down a little bit. There we go. So it's kind of wild. It's a multi-purpose thing. It can make something that kind of has a bit of a khaki look to it. And of course you got that full control right over just, well, how much green do you want in there? How much of the Terra Rosa you want in there? What do we got here? So this is some pretty light skinny tones going on here. We'll still go lead in this eventually. Gotta get this under the eyes. Yeah, there we are. Can't all be quite that dark. That's for sure, Camda. More of that light up in here. Yes, that's a strap there. Oh yeah, we gotta get some light over here. Alright, that's this. Okay, we can do that. Let's do that. More of it here. Well, it's a light middle tone. It's not exactly a super light color. It's a light middle tone. Thanks to Armored Wolf for posting a link to the YouTube channels there. Again, you want to watch what we were doing last night. Well, only place you're going to be able to see that is on the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel, our fabulous ship, and of course, I think this is the latest video that went up on the Linseed Fellowship channel. This was from last Saturday, our Trench Crusade busts. Now, we're going to let that have a chance to set there for a spell. Our green, with some of the yellow in it. Let's try this. There we go. Gotta start doing some work in his metals over here. Yeah, I've just kind of been waiting on those two. Don't be hasty, right, Camden? Don't be hasty. Yeah, let's do the other side with this. Wasn't gonna initially, but I will now. Oh, it's a whole bunch of paint sitting on there. Gonna get rid of some of that. Now Bandar, let's see. Well, if half it's Terrarossa, gotta be Windsor Newton. What's the Venetian Red? That's what the uh, other brands have a tendency to call it, is Venetian Red. Let's do this. There. Oh, let's do something like that too. So apparently Venetians invented skin tone like the Phoenicians invented the telephone. Yeah, that whole Alexander Graham Bell thing, that's all just a modern day fiction. It was actually the Phoenicians that developed the telephone. More of this lighter green here. There. Yeah, look at that. Nice little cascade of light right there. So Valfera, that was it didn't work out as I was kind of hoping. I think it was 10:05 when I finally went live. At 9:57, I was trying to snarf down this soup here as fast as I could. That was not the best idea because it kind of messed up the voice for what came to about the first 15 minutes of the stream. I was trying to snarf that stuff down as fast as I could. What did the Horns fan? It was in this year's Fansville commercial. It wasn't a side team. Oh, Casual. That's right. Yeah, because the guy wouldn't buy like a truckload of Dr. Peppers to support the team, so they called him a Casual. That's it. Yes, indeed, Casuals. Now here I want to get a little bit texture on that, right? Because helmet, shoot up. We're gonna get some chipping and such along the edge of this. We'll get some rust on there too. What was it? Something like a Horns fan, like what? You don't want to get that. You don't want to be able to keep our quarterback or something like that. Look at that. See how that is set? Well, look at it. Look at that. That's precision brushwork. You don't just get on every channel. Yeah, look at that. You don't get that everywhere. How's about we take this? We start doing this. I'm going to take that a little further, even. There we go. Like so. Looky there. Big old difference, right, Grand Oracle? Thanks, Grand Oracle. Appreciate that. Actually, Grand Oracle, I think I sent you the thing to the gummy bear links. Velfera, I think. Well, you got the approval notice, right, Velfera? Or whatever it is, the Google Access thing, whatever the heck that is. So Grand Oracle, if I didn't get you that yet, no problem. I know that you're kind of busy right now, so you wouldn't really have time to mess around printing stuff right at this second. Actually, Bandar, now let's see, what was it? Naples Yellow Deep, I think, is the one that I have. That was a color early on. People kept saying, is Naples Yellow a good Brilliant Yellow Pale substitute? Well, it's not necessarily for kind of how we were doing things with the Brilliant Yellow Pale, but on its own, it has its own uses that Brilliant Yellow Pale can't do. So it's yeah, it's That is I kind of have been liking that color a lot lately. So yeah, Camden was about 10:05. It was 10:05 or 10:06 when it actually started. Sorry, Velfera. Sorry about that. Again, I don't do names, dates, or times. I just do words. See that? No names, no dates, no times, only words. That's all I do is just words. More opaque, more better too, right, Artemichael? So Artemichael, why don't you share some stuff in the chat? So Artemichael, were they, shall we say, were they willing to say, okay, well, we blew up that tire, which blew up the car. Maybe we'll be responsible for that 4K in repairs. I'm guessing that didn't happen because, why would it, right, Artemichael? I mean, they only were the total source and cause of that problem. Why should they have to take care of it? Now, I don't know if the red portion of that bandar is also kind of more like the deep portion there. Wouldn't be surprised, right, Grant Oracle? And it is so funny because remember the initial reactions, like you can't use those, you can't use those, you can't do that. That was the initial reaction that we got back in 2020. Let's do this here and this here. And some of that over there. Now, Grand Oracle, if you want to share some stuff, actually, Grand Oracle, I think, yeah, I don't know if I think I might have had another message after the stream, or maybe I didn't. But yeah, Eldritch Foundry, they're really they're very interested in the ship construction. Again, both sci-fi and era of sail. There we go. Look, again, see that the darker stuff mixed in there. We're gonna hit it again. Gonna hit it again and then let that all mix together. Look at that. Didn't even grab a blending brush on that. Yeah. So again, that's starting to look very much like leather. Yes, I would say. I think so. What I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna squeegee this stuff out of here. Not even gonna bother with any cleaner, nothing like that. Just gonna squeegee that out of there. We're gonna do a little bit more of the. Don't want that to get too blue. Now I think we're getting somewhere here. This is again for this armor stuff here. Little more, not too much down in this here shadow area. Not too much down there. Everybody check out the Tomb Kings that Arno Michael just shared. Do that. Oh, that's a leather strap there, so let's work around that. Let's work around that up here. Touch more of that. Well, again, that's our lighter stuff there. Trying to, again, give it that sort of almost a hammered. Still got, look at that. Look at that. So again, it happens quick. Don't blink. All right, Camda. Now this is a little bit of a bluishness to it even. I might just go straight weathering powders on that, and that's what I'm going to do down here. Yeah, I might just do that. How's about some of that down here? Same deal in here. Look at this. See how that has set enough for me to do that? Couldn't have done that about a half hour ago. Oh, and by the way, this is at 1 hour 39 minutes. Not for this guy, for both these guys. 1 hour 39 minutes. It's not even nowhere near 2 hours yet. Actually, Velfira, if we're going to do something of a football nature, what is it we should be doing? Do I have them around here somewheres? I'm thinking Mimes of Moria there, Velfira. Yes, work on the mimes during the game, the revised Mimes of Moria. So everybody, again, please check out Be Like Bandar and check out that link that Arda Michael just shared. Now, Velfira, I don't know if you saw the gummy bear video. Yeah, go check out the gummy bear video. This is on the main channel, not the Linseed Fellowship, but on the main channel. Of course, I got sabotaged by the iPad there from the photography standpoint. I thought it was doing 16 by 9 aspect ratio. Oh no, it's not. It's maybe like 13 by 9. How's about we love ourselves some music with Lovin' Music? Welcome back there, Lovin' Music. Great to see you. How you doing? Everybody, again, please give Lovin' Music a follow. So, Lovin' Music, why don't you share some stuff in the chat? Looky here. Our very own Trench Crusade bus. 1 hour 41 minutes ago, we just got started on these guys. We got some leathers, we got metals, we got golds, we got all kinds of fun stuff happening here. So again, everybody, please give Lovin' Music a follow. Last Saturday was 2 other Trench Crusade busts. Again, these are our own designs right here. The first of our Iron Sultanate ones, and that's Trench Pilgrims right there. This was our very first Trench Crusade bust that we did, and of course, one of my favorite characters that I created in our Trench Crusade verse right there. Look at that. Look at that. Let me see. Our Thursday stream was this right here. Flat Thursday, which was actually Friday. So we did a couple of our, flats. And then last night, one of the things we were doing, look at that. Sauron on his throne, very happy he's got that ring. He's very happy he's got his ring back. Thanks for watching that, Bandar. I've been waiting to be able to do that video there. I had to wait till I had all the flock and foliage on all the bases. Yet had to wait till all that was done, and it was super fun to see them all together. Camden, I had one in mind. I have it, but I can't remember what the heck it was. I did have one in mind. Now, again, I can't wait for you to see the sniper. Again, that's the first of our Red Brigades. First 2, I got the sniper and the winged hussar. So, Lovin' Music, if you want to share some stuff in the chat, please go ahead. Oh, look at that. Now he's got himself some eyes there. Looking very stern, very resolute. Get me a bit more, some of the green, some of that. In here. More of that. There we go. That's better. Even more of that green. But now we got to go a little bit lighter too. I think we do. Oh, geez, yeah, we can go lighter than that. Now, Love and Music, obviously, if you got like a Discord thing or anything, with some of the tunes, whatever, a website, something like that, Love and Music, please go ahead and share that, of course. We want folks to be able to enjoy the content that you have. And again, everybody, please give Love and Music a follow too. Go ahead and do that. More of this, and of course, oh yeah, we had a blast here. This is our Monday stream, the very first of our Middle Earth ships, and you might recognize that again from, oh, I don't know, our Harad army. Well, gee, looky there, and here's the Golden King of Abrakan, another one of our files that we made. Again, this is a character in my Harad army here, and very first of our Middle Earth at Sea ships. Where was this one? That was over here. No, oh geez, Love and Music. Well, I'm glad that you're able to stream again. Glad that you're able to stream again. But appreciate you being here. And I know it's been a while since you've had a chance to hang out here. I know the stream times have been a little bit unusual. Well, look at, yeah, it's still not even. Wow, look at this, Ken. It's not even midnight yet, Valfira. Completely disoriented, right, Valfira? It's like, wait a minute, it's not midnight already? Oh, look at that. There we go. There we go. I'm going to try a little bit more of her actual skin tone. Oh, that's a little too much paint on her. Let's get rid of some of that. That would have been a bit much. Try and get a little more of that right up in there. Also in there. I have to say, that we're getting some very nice, some really expressive faces. I'm hoping that the the sniper figure also. Let's see, the hussar, and I've got a couple of clerics too. So again, they're not helmeted, so I'm hoping that again that gives us a chance to really explore some good facial expressions. More of that up here, I think. Yeah. Yeah, and just being able to be here for this Velfair, it was well, I'll tell you after the stream. Yeah, it was a crazy kind of day. Gonna get me some of my blues in here. Like that. Also here. A little something in there so it's not just all dark. We do have this red over here. Yes, we do have this red over. Come on. There we go. Now we're talking. Some of that over here. Still, we think we can. I think we can start to fool around with some of the stuff in the cloth there. Let me just get this thing off to the side super quick, and then we'll just use this. violet. Some of this violet. Oh, it's got a little bit of the red in there too. Nice. We're going to get some of that down here as well. Come on. There we go. See, getting down. Oh, it's still too much of the. Still not quite set enough to get down into the deepest recesses with this. But we can at least use our not filbert brush. Oh, there we go, Camda. Yeah, the line of not filbert brushes. You thought it was only for paints, right? The not radiant line. Now we have the not liner brushes and the not filbert brushes. Because it's not confusing enough, right, Velfra? We need to make it even more mysterious. So there we're starting to get some of our violet there. Some of that down in here. And all the way down in there. All right, I'm going to try to go a little lighter on this line here. So have a good night's sleep there, Love and Music. And again, everybody please give Love and Music a follow. And of course, have yourself a fabulous Sunday there, Love and Music. There we are. Again, for all the folks that are maybe going to be doing the Super Bowl squares, we wish you all the best of luck with that score. Hoping that you don't end up on that really weird number. Although, given the nature of that 2-point play, Velfera with Seattle, anything I think is possible score-wise. Again, yes, the not radiant, that literally is some of the not radiant violet there, Camda, being applied with the not filbert brush. Because, I mean, this is not a filbert brush. This is meant to be some kind of brush that has a point on it or something. It doesn't have a point, but it does have a chiseled edge, which we can use for, well, I don't know, look at, see that? Look at this. So they envision that being like a sharp point like that? No. But it does this. It becomes a nice little chisel edge, which we will use to carve some highlights here. See what I did there? That's why I do words, Camda. That's why I do words. Give me some more of that light on the end here. Remember, all kinds of blood effects going to be going there, so we got to lighten that up a little bit more. In fact, why don't I grab you? I don't know, whatever rando stuff I got sitting here, I don't care. There. And that is mixing. Look at it. Was that. Now it's that. That says it's mixing. Doing that here. Remember, this is all just a soup, right? Remember, there's still some of it that's still, like over here, there's still some of that that's still kind of glazy yet. We're not messing with that. Now, the one thing, Velfera, that people are still skeptical about are our bristle-free brushes. Again, for whatever reason, people keep insisting on calling those sticks. But we know better. We know they have much more utility than just being a stick. Look at how dark that's getting. Give me a little bit more of that blue in there. We're also going to welcome Jam's Perfect Imperfections. So Jams, how you doing? Once again, daring to enter our domain. Oh, I got a surprise for you here, Jams. You enter our domain. Boom, there you go. Haha. So I just I couldn't resist. Sorry, Jams, I had to do that. We painted this on stream last night, and I couldn't resist that particular combo. So everybody give Jams Perfect Imperfection a little greeting there. We've been working on these, let's see, 1 hour 55 minutes ago. These two busts, Trench Crusade busts, had no paint on them. These are our own designs. Last Saturday, we did these two designs. Again, these are my own designs here. Trench Pilgrims there, the first of our Iron Sultanate faction right there. Thanks, Cam. And of course, Jams, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. Please go ahead. Well, I guess Horns fan. I mean, it stands to reason that one team would be favored, except I think there's been some injury. I think there was even an injury in practice, so could be kind of interesting. I would guess that Vrabel is now coach of the year. I mean, I can't imagine. Let's just say if a different team had gotten in that maybe was from the Schmenef Schmee Schmorth, maybe they Ben Johnson would have gotten that coach of the year. So Jams, it doesn't have to, even if it's not brand spanking new. Who knows? Maybe folks haven't. They would be new to them. So if you want to go ahead and share that, that's fine. Now we are going to be doing a bunch of blood effects here. I'm just looking to make this a little bit lighter. Still have it be kind of some, again, some kind of aged steel there as well. In addition to, what's that circuit? Good. Finally, I can get some of this down in here. Wow, look at that. You can still see how dark that is. These are all the oil paints, of course, like always. Now, Horns fan, how cold did it get down there? I don't think it really got as much snow. Not like that other one. Was it a couple years ago when that happened? Or was that 21? When all that stuff happened down there, all the mayhem. It got a mite frosty up here. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Jams Imperfections just shared. And again, everybody please give Jams Perfect Imperfections a follow. Again, here's another. This is our Monday stream right here. The first of our Harad ships, the first of our Lord of the Rings ships. And that's the flagship right there, of course. We will continue on with our journey here in our Trench Crusade bus. We have many, many more of these. We'll be getting to our court. Actually, this is the first of our Court of the Seven Headed Serpents. Here's some more. Again, more Court of the Seven. We've got, this is going to be very fun. The anti-tank guy there. Lots of nice little fun shells right there. And again, this was the very first of our Trench Crusade busts here, which also was the first of our Trench Crusade flats, because, reasons. And of course, this right here, if you check this out, this is the first compilation of all of the Lord of the Rings gummy bears in one place. All 28 of them. So that would be these guys right here. They're all in one place now on the YouTube channel. So go check that out. I'll get me some more of my lighter stuff here again on this metal, which then is going to get some rusty stuff too. No, I'm going to hit it this way. Let's go after it this way. Makes more sense. Horns fan, if you shoot me a message there, let's see, if it's a Facebook message or if it's just an email, Horns fan, I think you're familiar with good, better, best, right? I think you're familiar with that. Well, I made a musical version of that. I still can't believe, but people, they kind of did that like set to other songs. It's like, yeah, whatever. But no one actually made a song to it, but I did. So yeah, Horns fan, either Facebook Messenger or through an email, for whatever reason, Instagram doesn't play the songs. Right, Camda? You can't listen to them on the Instas. I know Recoil says that happens all the time. Actually, I did several different versions there, Horns fan. Let's put it this way, Horns fan. If they had made it to this game, there would have been people doing that shirtless in 20 below zero weather out there. They wouldn't have cared. The entire stadium would have been doing that in the snow. Let me do this again a little bit lighter here with that. And eventually, see those fabulous blood effects there? You got a little bit of shinies on them. That's going to happen on this right here. But that has to set. Got to make sure that is set. And again, we are working on both of these at the same time. This is basically, it's my version of that, Horns fan. Yes, indeed. So I can't wait for you to hear it. Well, like I said, I think, at least 4 different versions of it. There was a blues version. Then there was more of the stadium version. So again, all of those glazes that we did early on, we're still actually able to utilize those with this lighter dry brushy stuff. But since this is oil paint, you can see that's all mixing together. Here, you'll be able to see that here. Look at this. Now look at this brush. See how dark that is on the end? Because that's not, none of that is dry. That is all wet. It's the whole point of the oils here. Look at, we'll do it again. Look at this. And we're gonna get some rusty stuff in here too. Not forgetting about that. We're just gonna let that have a chance to set. We'll use our weathering powders. They also have a really nifty textural difference. Look at this. So you can see the texture difference that has. Where's our Iron Sultanate here? There he is. So again, it's not just the color of it, but there's a textural difference right there. And that's, yeah, let's work with this. There we go. So we kind of have this blackened steel thing going on. We did not have to work to establish that. That is the nifty thing. Didn't have to work to establish that. Ask not what you can do for the oils, but what the oils can do for you. So saith the great book, right, Valfira? I will do that on this now. Like you do. Forgot that a little bit. That's, yeah, look at that. Wow, look at that. See? That paint's not dry, I'm telling you. It is not dry. See you later there, AD. Everybody please give AD Creations a follow. And AD is going to be streaming. Is it going to be like, say, the afternoon-ish time tomorrow or more evening time there, AD? Well, now technically later today. Now it is actually Sunday. AD, if you want to share your Insta stuff one more time before you head out the door there, why don't you do that? Again, this is gotta clean this baby up here. Clean that baby up. Finally, that stuff is set enough to where I can start doing this. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna here. Where's my weathering powders? Might actually get me some fresh stuff out here to play around with here. Put you over there. And I think I got my earth stuff over here. Yes, I do. That would be, well, soil. Okay, fine. Everybody check out that Insta link there. That AD Creations just shared. Come on, get out there. Thanks, Hornspan. Appreciate that. Now, the thing is, reason we're doing this is because that's going to fuse together. The oils and the powders will fuse together, so we won't have to fool around with any fixative or anything like that. Because as the oils cure, remember, they don't evaporate, they cure. It's kind of like green stuff. Green stuff doesn't evaporate, right? It cures. More of our dusty stuff here. So again, that's going to be a nice little texture difference there. Horns fan, that file has already been done. Actually, I've already printed it. That file already exists. I just haven't had a chance to paint it yet. We have a gummy Gimli. We've got a gummy Elrond. There's also gummy Prince Imrahil. So there's at least about 6 other ones, Horns fan, that have been created but not actually either not printed or not painted. Just try to sneak a little bit of that in there. Okay, good enough on that. And now we'll do a little bit of that over here. Also here. We also have a gummy Shelob Horns fan. I tried to make a gummy Witch King on Fell Beast. I think I've got a much better way of doing that now. So I think we'll give that another try. Yeah, so far wasn't having much success with the gummy Fell Beast, but I think we might have something figured out now. Again, just some stuff that I've learned along the way. The gummy bears were the very first things that I ever made. Again, chucking some of that down into the recesses there. To the recesses here. Bit more of the rusty stuff, because reasons. No, thanks, Unhappy Dan. Appreciate that. Oh, I haven't gotten the t-shirt. Actually, Unhappy Dan, I finally got the sweatshirt. Yes, I finally got the sweatshirt. Yeah, I wore that actually on Thursday when my sister took me to Menards there. It is pretty toasty, right, Camda? So thanks, Unhappy Dan. Appreciate that. Hey, Unhappy Dan, if you want to share stuff in the chat, like the usual, we always say it, right? Go ahead. So great to see you again there, Unhappy Dan. Hopefully you were able to get some sleep last night. And you were in the stream for, well, hours and hours and hours there. All right. Good to know. Let's get this off to the side for now. No problem there, Unhappy Dan. Again, thanks so much for doing that. They actually, Unhappy Dan, I need to get one of those for me too. I've gotten, again, I got the sweatshirt now. But I guess I'm gonna have to get myself for one of them T-shirts too. Thanks, Unhappy Dan. And it was really wild with the cloth, right? Being able to get the greens and the violets in the folds of the cloth, those recesses of the cloth on the Eowyn figure there. And again, we got the larger version of that we will be doing. What do we got here? We got this. Where's her? Oh, there she is. So yeah, you see, you got some of the green there, and then you got the violet down there. That was a super fun thing to do, and man, I can't wait to do the 72 mil version of that. So much appreciated there, Happy Dan, Unhappy Dan. Yeah, we're gonna throw a little bit more of that light right there. Is this finally set enough? Okay, finally. Down in the recesses there, that is set enough that I could actually fool around with that. Now, in the eyes is here. I'm gonna grab me some of my fluoro orange, I think. We're gonna combine this, I think, in Indian yellow for the eyes. Let's see how that works. I mean, it's too translucent thing there. Oh, is that? Oh, that's the. Where is that? That's. I have one of them here. One second. There's one around here somewheres. Where are you? Where are all of my Kathy's with the gummy bears here? Not the gum with the Giro. Oh, here it is. It's just kind of buried. There we go. See, it must have been one of these, right, Bandar? With Jiro and Kathy. And again, we have a new Kathy figure that's also going to be made available to everybody. Let's try. I'll try this. Well, we'll try both of them, Velfira. And then we'll definitely do the hey there, Kyron, how you doing? So Velfira, let's do this one first, and then we'll break out the Sauron from last night. You can see all of our look at that. What's gone? Actually, this is the first time, Velfira, we've done a film noir on weathering effects. All right, I'm gonna hold him like this. Watch what happens when this comes back. Check this out. This is crazy. Look at this. Wow. It didn't take long and we're still not at 50. We're finally at 50. Yeah, look at that. We can make our weathering effects disappear, Velfira. All right, back to, okay, here we got our Sauron here. Now look at this. All right, okay, we got the glowy stuff, right? Glowy ring, all that kind of lava and everything. Look at that. See? Glowy stuff everywhere. Well, or not. The glow be gone. Look at that, Velfira. Glow be gone. No glow anywhere. It's all gone. Why? Because that's not a value thing. That's a warm versus cool. That's a saturated versus unsaturated kind of thing. Again, warm saturated colors, cooler desaturated colors. Object source lighting. None of that. No object source lighting. Also, no weathering either, Velfira. Yeah, Horns fan. Like I was saying, I haven't had a print of him. Now, this is the old one. This was the original Gimli that we did, but we have a new Gimli gummy bear. I just haven't had a chance to paint that one yet. How you doing there, Chiron? Now, again, oops, did I already pass by our great book? There it is. The ancient tome precedes the creation of the universe itself. And much like the beginning of the creation of the universe, things must be messy before they can be neat. Of course, you cannot dilute the oils. You can thin those, do all kinds of nifty glazy things and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, even no matter how much thinner you put in them, they're still. That's why we can do those lighter opaque glazes, right? Also, contrast is more than just light versus dark. Also, weathering apparently is more than just light versus dark, right, Camda? For sure. And of course, we always want less. these things, there's still actually primer in some cases showing on these things. So less is more, more is way too much. And of course, there's no layers. We have not been doing any layers with the oils here. We can kind of show that real quick here, right? We just took a later coat, we plopped it on here, and then we did the blending thing. Same deal with the coat here, right? There was no layers there. No layers. So yeah, Kyra, here's a couple of the larger AONs that we're going to be doing. Again, these are my own files here. So this is a larger version of that one you saw. And then this is one that I sculpted back in 2003 that I never had. I tried to make casts of it. It never worked. So now I was able to make my own version of that, which was super fun. Yeah, Horns fan. Again, the Gimli, the Elrond, I kind of did those right around the same time frame, so we'll be getting to those. What was the other one that oh yeah, and you should see the gummy. What's his name? Sorry, Prince Imrahil on horseback. Horns fan. He's pretty gigantic. He's well, again, he's a bit like Gandalf on Shadowfax there. That's a 60 mil base, just to give you a little sense of scale there, Horns fan. So again, Horns fan, thanks for catching that. Now I didn't realize in my fatigue that there was still a whole nother segment there. So yep, Chiron, or sorry, Bandar. Unlike the oh gosh, what was the? Oh yeah, the high temp stuff, right, Bandar? Yeah, no extra, no six fingers there. So great to see you there, Silent by Design. Everybody, please give Silent by Design a follow. Thank you so much for the raid, Silent by Design. Like always, Silent by Design. You want to share some stuff in the chat? Please go ahead. So, 2 hours and 17 minutes ago, these two Trench Crusade busts had no paint on them. And by no paint, I mean they were just primer. There was no zenithal, there was no nothing, because we do our active zenithal here. As then we just dry brush some lighter stuff on there, and then we let the mid-tone and darker oils have a chance to mix with it, because, you know, reasons. Just like this here, look at this. We're doing our little kind of semi-filbert type brush there. Trying to get ourselves, again, some different metal colors in here. Like that. Again, everybody please give Silent by Design a follow. Go ahead and do that. So let's see. Well, let's see. It's 12:25. So have a good night's sleep there, Valfera. If you have to kind of head on out there, I know that sometimes you do it as a preemptive thing, in case slumber suddenly overtakes. Let me do this here. Yes, look at that. We're picking up some of our weathering powders there. Hey there, Recoil. So Recoil, I never got a chance to do any kind of the cooking today. No, didn't do any cooking today. Hopefully we'll get a chance to do that tomorrow. We were cooking on other stuff though, Recoil. Yes, indeed. Well, the gummy bear video amongst other things. So great to see you, Recoil. Let me do some of this here. Also here. I think, let's see, is it going to be after the Monday stream? I believe there's going to be another meeting with the Eldritch Foundry folks. Again, that's going to be more about the ships, sci-fi and otherwise. Do that here. So yeah, recoil. I've got a system now for drilling the holes in the bottom of the. Oh, let's see. Where do I have one of the? magnets here. Oh, they're just, oh, do I have that? Nope, they're just, well, here you go. It's one giant blob of magnets here. See those big old magnets? That's what's going in the bottom of these things. Those big old magnets right there. Yeah. This will give you an idea just how, so these are the small ones. Yeah, that's the small magnet right there. We have, and there's another, this is like a medium-sized one here. Yeah, there's that one. I'm guessing it's still really toasty there, recoil. You know, I'm going to get me a little bit thinner on that. Let me see what happens here. A little bit thinner. Yeah, that's again, that's more about the color. That's not so much about light and dark. That's trying to get a little bit of our bluish color in here. Recoil, yeah, we just had a film noir, and apparently weathering is also subjected to film noir. Yeah, because the weathering disappeared. And I don't mean I mean it vanished. It was gone. It's like, wow. Alrighty. Because he actually had a reasonable stretch there, right? A few weeks, was it a week ago or so, where it actually was not scorching hot. Now, where's my... You know what? Fine. I'm going to actually get me a little bit of the yellow into that, too. I'm going to get me a little bit of yellow. Let me try this over here. Yeah. We're going to do that. Little bit of that in up here, too. Yeah. Then over there. Yeah, well, that's that actually even that nothing surprises me anymore. Recoil, believe, yeah, nothing really surprises me anymore. I gotta say, that's just always kind of crazy, up and down. Oh yeah. So Recoil, Camda printed out your flat there. Ooh, I do still have some of this, which I can use in some of our chains here. They don't take terribly. That's the one nice thing about the flats, right, Camda, is you don't exactly have to wait a long time for. You can be hasty almost. Yeah, you can be almost hasty with the flats, Camda. They don't take long to print out. Get more of this in here now. Let's go lighter on this. Everybody check out the Instagram link there. That's Silent by Design. Just shared. Also give Silent by Design a follow. So Silent by Design, I hope that Saturday was super fun for you. And again, everybody please give Silent by Design a follow. I'm just trying to break down some of this lighter, almost like a little lemon yellow color-ish. Yeah, something like that. Kinda, sorta. Yeah, we'll still be getting some of our light on here at the 3-hour mark, of course. We'll toss out some of our fabulous fast matte white, and we'll use that. Up there. And again, check out the Instagram link that Silent by Design posted, and then also please give Silent by Design a follow. So hopefully you got most of the stuff that you wanted to get done there on stream. Ooh, some laser engraved keychain. That sounds really nifty. Actually, Silent by Design. Oh, gee whiz. Okay, in that case, Silent by Design. If you got an Etsy or a store or something like that where you're selling the the keychains and stuff. If you want to share that too, Silent by Design. Yeah, gee whiz. Sorry, I meant to ask you if there was something like that. Yeah, if you want to share that, please go ahead. Where they can snag some of those. Some of our lights there. Okay, there we go. Also here. Now on those the shell casings, cause reasons. So yeah, recall a ton of stuff to show you. Holy smokes! Get with these. Basically, I should maybe just call them shadow boxes. I mean, the mega relief sounds hilarious, but I think shadow boxes is just a bit more on the accurate side as far as what they actually are. It was so crazy today, Rico. I never had a chance to do the to check out the FDM printer to do the LiDAR sensor cleaning or anything like that. Let me get this here and also that. Alright, so everybody check out that VGen link there that Silent by Design posted. Again, go get some of those engraved keychains by Silent by Design. So we're starting to pick up again more of the little highlights there. We haven't messed around with the epaulets yet. You can see I'm pretty much wiped away all the paint on this one here. I'm sticking my finger in that, so that's going to be one of the last things that we do on this guy. Because otherwise, I'll just keep wiping that away, and it'll just get aggravating. We don't need that. No problem there, Silent by Design. Now, just hoping that lots of folks will snag themselves some keychains. I'll make those. I'll make these lighter here. Like so. Yep. Also here. I'm glad that you could do that recoil. Huh. Yeah, a little bit of a story on that too. Again, I'll shoot you a message after the stream there. So yeah, the rest of that, we'll hit that with our fast matte white for sure. Nice to see you there, Boneless. So Boneless, why don't you share some stuffs in the chat too? Great to see you there, Boneless. So very excited, Boneless, about all the different things that we've been able to do. And I don't know if you saw the latest gummy bear video. Well, the latest YouTube video, which again shows all of the painted gummy bears. There we go. So check that out. Very fun to have all 28 of them in one place. And again, there's still more to do. Let me get a little bit more of our light in here. Yeah, Rico, I was wondering, there was a couple of things that I wanted to ask you about that too. Some of those things that immediately don't really, they're maybe not part of the whatever, but after a couple of months or so, those things start to, it's like, okay, what are we doing here and here and here? So I'll shoot you some message, see how that's going there, recoil. Well, hopefully not adding more craziness. enough crazy for a couple of, well, a couple of decades probably, right? Recoil. So again, starting to bring out some more of those lights here. Ooh, yeah, that's yeah, let's get some stuff going in there. Yeah, boneless. Now that one injury that happened in practice there, was that just kind of a minor thing, or is that still kind of continued into this week? Because I think that was Wednesday. I don't know if he made the Thursday practice window or not. Let me try and get a little bit of that there. All right, now let's go back to this guy here. More of our lighter stuff on the sneaky snakes and also to some of this. Then we'll be getting back there. We got lots of blood effects that we have to do. We need to hit you a little bit there. Maybe more thinner on this. Well, again, we'll also have to get our fast mat weight out here. We'll normally, yeah, let's see, in about a half an hour or so. That's typically when we break out the fast mat weight and then really start hitting some bright lights there. Getting there we go. So now some of our rivets starting to stand out. Hey, looky there. So we got Grand Oracle, the Eldritch Foundry folks, all of a sudden very, very, very interested in that whole notion of build your own ship or whatever. You know, you take these parts, you resize them, essentially just like what they do for miniatures. Why would it not work for ships? So they're like, yeah, maybe we should do this. Now, that wouldn't happen anytime soon because it took months for the basing bits to happen. So what I've got to try and do is design a whole bunch of different pieces and parts that can all be kind of put together to create various ship types and all that good stuff. Oh, that's almost like a greenish yellow there. We'll put some of that into here. Also into here. It's gonna, yeah, see, it's got a little bit of greenishness to it. Ooh, let's get this side too. There we are. Doing a little bit of mixing there. I wonder, is there, maybe I need a little more thinner on there? Might need actually a little more thinner on there. Let's see what that does. Yep, that's what it was. And by a little more, I mean we're talking a fraction more thinner. That's all it took. Well, Studio Boneless, more basing, more better. We were talking about that early on in the stream there, Recoil, about the plinths, where, needless to say, the penchant for basing seems to have migrated into the plinths because every single plinth is basically customized to the very figure. We did that again with the Red Brigade stuff. I mean, even here again, the anti-tank guy is very much customized to it. The tank commander, well, guess what? also customize. So might as well do more basing, more better, right? Studio boneless. Yep, I need some of that lemony yellow right along here. Little something more in there too. Yeah, okay. We'll try this. Start getting some of that on our snakies. We also do, again, we have the weathering powders in there too. Let's get some of the chompers on him. More with the eyes, chompers, jaw. Boneless, it tells a whole story, doesn't it? A whole extra story. Of course, Rico, if you want to share some of the basing stuff that you did there, and we're just hoping that things just kind of settle down to where you can start doing those again, Recoil. And those shadow box things I was just talking about. Oh my goodness. Oh wow, those are going to be pretty wild. Now get me some of this green in here. That's going down in there. Not too light, of course. We're gonna get stuff later up here, so that'll kind of that won't be. It won't look quite as light as it does right now in a bit. Steal a little bit of this screen again up in here. And then we were talking about, I'm going to try here. We got the fluoro orange here, and we also have our Indian yellow. I'm going to try to mix those together. The knock stuff, right? Rico, remember the difference that those leaves made? Oh yeah, oh yeah. There we go. The translucent stuff is doing its thing. Let's get the other eye here. This is not a glaze of any kind. That's just actually painted very, very thick over the top of that. However, the nature of the Indian yellow and the fluorescent orange, super, 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 super translucent. So it's the driest glazing ever. Yep, Studio. You definitely want your water effects to be free of the anti-shine, because they will not. They're not really going to look like water effects anymore. Which is why, where you hiding? This is so handy. Now they used to call this anti-shine. This is way better than all the other stuff there, because you can brush this on. I did that with there's a Sauron figure that only certain parts of it had some shininess to them. Didn't need to do the whole figure. It only need to do certain parts, and that's it. Just let me do certain pieces and parts. Yeah, Greek. I mean, is just such a huge difference, right? Oh, see how that tinted that more of an orange there. Nice to see you there, Daddy Kilt. Everybody, please give Daddy Kilt the follow. And of course, Daddy Kilt, you want to share stuff in the chat? Go right on ahead. Now, did you get a chance to stream in the last couple of days there, Daddy Kilt? Everybody, please give Daddy Kilt a follow. So great to see you. Again, boy, that orange really, wow, look at the difference. It wasn't just the eyes that made that difference in Smokies. Look at that. So yeah, the anti-shine there, you just brush that stuff on. It's just acrylic stuff, no fuss, no muss. Now I will do the same. Some of this over here. Get a little bit of orange there. A little bit of it there, and then some on that. Some on those casings. Got our little alcove right there. Super fun. And again, at the around the 3-hour mark, we'll get that fast mat weight out there, and we'll be able to do some fabulous super duper highlights. Right now we've got lights, I mean, it's sort of highlight-ish. And again, the epaulette stuff, I'm waiting till all of the skin tone is very, very, very much done and dusted and out of the way. Gonna reinforce the edges here of the helmet strap there. So again, this is why we're not fooling around with the epaulette just yet. So we need to get that even darker. Now I think this is set enough. Yep. Could get my dark in the pupil there. Okay. Well, okay, that's going to gray up our skin tone, but that's alright. I need to get this over the top of his eye. That's going to give him much more expression there. Rico, I can't wait for you to see the Red Brigade ones, because the Red Brigade ones have all kinds of obviously different Orthodox, Greek Orthodox type iconography, which is very, very, very fun. And then actually recoil technically, we have our first, I don't even know what you would call, I was going to say miniature bust, but literally the plinth itself is the corpse of the soldier, and then the bust is the spirit coming out of it. I don't even know, what do you call that, recoil? I don't even know what you would call that, but I think I got some good files of it already, Rico, and I'm going to try and again print those. I'm going to try and print that up overnight. Tonight, anyways. So Rico, I thought I'd already sent you a picture of that same thing there, but if I didn't, ooh, let's get some scratch marks here, shall we say, in our armor down there. Yeah, it's I mean, all I can kind of think of, Rico, is that it's basically completely unified. The plinth and the bust are the same. There is no difference. There's not like a, well, okay, the plinth starts here and the figure starts here. It is all completely integrated to tell that story. And I'm thinking we gotta do some more of those. Now again, we'll see what we get as far as prints go out of that particular design, how difficult it is to actually make that kind of print happen. I'm sure it would kind of work as a shadow box thing too, but boy, that would gonna be a very unique kind of bust for sure. So again, doing more of our metals and such here. Again, at the 3-hour mark, that is when we're gonna go grab that our fast matte white. Bunch of different things could use that extra kick there of the fast matte white. The winged hussar guy. Now I went conservative on him. I kind of took away. There was a nifty banner on the lance, but I just said, let's just have it just be a lance. No banner on the lance. Kind of like where's our Joan of Arc one here? This is a little different because it's very much incorporated into the plinth. Again, look at that. The hair, everything, all incorporated into the plinth. For some reason, Rico, I'm thinking that, everybody else is doing stuff like that. And then I realized, no, that's not quite the case. Ooh, here's something I forgot to do. This. You get any kind of a cleaner or whatever liquid out of this here one. I think this is, it's just about time to do this on his helmet here. And then we'll get some chipping and all that other good stuff too in a sec. Well, looky there. Look at that. Now we're going to get some more of our dusty stuff there. Some more of our dusty stuff on the end of the trench coat here. Bingo. Again, it's also a texture change. More texture, more better. Now that we got some of our lighter stuff, now we're going to look at this. We're doing some streaking with our powders here. I just keep thinking train stuff, right? Recoil, lots and lots of trains here. And the train's always heading out the station here, right? It's never just sitting on the tracks, right? Recoil. In fact, there are no tracks here. Recoil, just think, I mean, I think the very first one that even was made was December 6th. So we're talking 2 months and 2 days ago. Doesn't it feel like that was 2 years and 2 months ago? It does feel that way. I mean, okay, as far as, the development of it and stuff, it feels like it was years ago. No, I'll stick with the, let's just keep the Naples yellow. I'll use more of that. And now here we're going to scuff this up a little bit here. And even just the video itself, right? Recoil. In December, very little ability to make something, or at least it would have taken days to make that. That was literally done in a matter of a few hours. Now again, lots of hard lessons learned to make that possible. Without those lessons, it still would have taken days to make. Let me Wasn't this the very first one recoil? Like the first? No, was it the Gandalf one? Was it that one or was it this? Of course, it'd be good if I just kept it in my hand. Was it this one recoil or was it the Gollum one? Now I know that those were first made a long time ago, but we were kind of, well, searching for the ability to be able to make those, I guess. Is that the correct term? Well, that's a Rico. That's why he's a sticker. Yeah, he's actually a sticker. Well, I don't know if Gimli is, but the Gollum one is a sticker also to kind of memorialize them in true gummy Lord of the Rings fashion. Okay, no, I still want to do some stuffs with the eye. I'm not gonna do the epaulets yet. Again, I gotta be patient on those. We gotta wait on those. Actually, I need me my fast man whiteout here to be able to do that thing on the eyes. Just grab this now. Let's do that. Let's do that here. I wanted to do a little smidge Ola highlight in the eyes. Let me see if we can do that here. Right there. Okay, yeah, I think he's got a nice little expression there now. Try not too light. That is too light. So we'll back away from that. Closer. And then, of course, it just and then the way it worked out, and then with the ships, well, with these, it's worked out super well for these. You know, I'm gonna try. Fine, we're gonna lighten this up a little more here. I don't want to lose the green that we got there. Now we'll probably come back with a little bit of more of a shadow as well. I'm gonna make that up a little bit thicker again. Also, got to get some color in that. A little bit more of the violet there. Mix that up with our brown. There we go. I mean, it's kind of it's almost a bit scary, Rico, to think of what 4 to 5 months from now would be like. And we'll be saying that this is like ancient history too. Yeah, we'll be saying things like, "Oh, remember how we thought that stuff was super cool?" Yeah, it's at the pace of change. 4 to 5 months from now, it might seem like 4 to 5 years from now. Look at look at the difference that makes. Look at that. Get this down here. There, look at that. That really starts to stand out. These little alcoves here, I've been glad that they've actually printed out. I was not sure at all how these little alcove type things might go. Actually, oh, Cam, I still have to mess around with the support thing too. Like we were talking about, I know Surface Tension was saying that the lower the number that is, the more conservative it is. I had set it higher. Again, I'll somehow, I don't know if I'll have time to do that, between in the next 24 hours or so, but I want to at least do some kind of testing on that. And well, also too, well, like recoil, okay, the thing all of a sudden 10-second animations are possible, and actually recoil, these wouldn't be possible, and even the some of the newest figures, like some of those multi-views there, recoil, those were not done with GPT. That was Grok. Yeah, GPT still does not have the ability to make those multi-views reliably. For whatever reason, their recoil, it is able to do the multi-views. The other one can't do them at all, and the one does a pretty darn good job of them. Let me do this here. Also there. Now let's get these shell casings. They're a little bit of extreme light on the top. And then they need their little stringy light there. That's too much of a light there. No, that's too big. This is the one. We'll use this to tone that one down. That was a little too much right there. Start getting our lights on this here. Yep, onto his metals here. Yeah, we should get some lights on the edges of these. And don't forget, we got lots of blood effects to do there. That will be coming up in hour 3. So yeah, imagine if there was, okay, again, if you had never experimented with that, it's very likely, recall, that none of this would exist. Certainly none of this would. Yep. We wouldn't have had any of this. And again, that is a bust of this character here. Oh, that's right. I'll be filming this tomorrow. That's episode 2 in that series. Be filming that for the Patreon page. Because, yeah, we don't have enough stuff going on. We need that, too. We need to be filming more videos, of course. Because we got to add our typical roughly about 20 hours a month of new videos on the Patreon page. Also, too, these busts and those gummy, all this kind of stuff will be made available to the folks on the Patreon page, because otherwise there's no way you can follow along. Like that guy I just showed there, that will also again be sent to the folks on the Patreon page, because if they want to paint along with it, they need the file. That's not going to be on my mini factory or any of those places. It will just be made available to folks on the Patreon page. So you sign up for that. Eventually, you'll be not just a whole mess of painting tutorials, like 2,600 hours worth, but also now dozens of STL files. Because, yeah, why not? Alright, I think maybe now I can start to think about getting some of the at least a little bit of the color on the epaulets, because I don't think I'll be, wiping that away. Me catch a few little lights again on the these elements on his helmet here. Yeah, we were missing some stuff there. Ooh, this guy here, let's get that one. Nothing back there. This one we're missing our highlights on. All right, let's go back to this guy here. I think this is going to also have a significant impact on him and his contrasts. By getting these really light. Oh yeah, it is definitely going to. Look at that. At that versus this side over here. So what's interesting, recoil, when you think now, it's almost seamless as far as, okay, with the videos, some of the miniatures and busts, they're actually coming from the videos. Because the character is moving, right? It's moving, and all of a sudden it's like, wait a minute, like this bust. So here you go. Now, this bust happened because of seeing the figure in that pose. Oh, also the other. Where's the other one at? Where is he hiding? The one with the Shadow Lord there. Not sure where he's at. With the dust flying around him. Yeah, that only happened because the video. I did that video. I'm like, wait a minute. I gotta make a bust of this. Let me see if I can. Come on, I'll get the light right along this edge here. Ah, there we go. Boom. Got to do it on this side too. Got it. We need, yeah, a little bit of light should be going there as well. More light up here on the chains and on this trim here. Actually, recoil, that would have been handy for the gummy bears. Because that was something I was thinking about doing, was creating an environment for them to run around in for subsequent vids, because again, there's more of them to do. We'll have to certainly give that a look-see. Oh, now we need this in my, right here in this part of it. Let me see if this will work. Sort of does. So let's do it on this side. Yeah, that did lighten it up just enough in there. Okay. Now what I might do is go refresh the medicine super quick here. And maybe wipe some of the weathering powders off of my hands too. Because again, we got all kinds of blood effects we want. Ooh, before we do that, let's we should do our latest stuff here so that then we can put the blood effects over those. All right, let's do that. Let's do this first. Right here. Again, catch a lot of these edges here. Especially on this this back panel where a lot of the blood effects are going to go. We're going to do this first. And a bunch of this will be, for all intents and purposes, kind of wiped away. So that's why we're not really going to spend a whole lot of time fooling around with it there. Ironically enough, I'm going to actually not be quite as light on some of these. Hopefully I don't have too much. Okay, I thought there might have been too much paint on that brush. We just made it. Alright, let's get these guys down here. Oh, that's right. But that's the other thing I want to do is run downstairs and see if I can grab. I think there's one new bust. Yeah, there's one new bust, and then the Shadow Lord on horse, which again that happened because of a video. That I wasn't originally gonna do that because usually the horse. Now, of course, I kind of he wasn't gonna have a sword because in the video portion he's just riding uh, down the street to the adulation of his subjects there, so he wouldn't really be brandishing a sword. A couple of lights over here on these guys. Let's get the edge of that now. A few more to do here. Got these guys. One last round of something lighter that I would like to do. Which brush would work the best? Or maybe this guy here. As well, I get a little bit thinner in it. Because we got some of our latest. There we go. This is kind of what I needed in here. That's some more like it. Doing the blendy thing. The more we do this, the more the colors that's already there are going to mix in with that. Doing the little stipply thing here. And then that's going to have a chance to set for a spell a little bit there. Get just light enough so that those blood effects will show. We talked about that on Stiggy, right? We made sure that we had enough light there for those blood effects to really stand out. We also have to make sure, okay, we do have. We will also utilize our alkyds there. So again, let's see. Well, now we're 3 hours, 8 minutes in. Again, these had no paint on them not long ago. Gonna again hit the again, just get me some more medicine here. Also, see if I can grab those prints, and we shall be right back. So don't go anywhere. Hey there, Doji. Great to see you. Doji, why don't you share some stuffs in the chat there? So we've got ourselves another. This is one of the ones fresh that we did. Going to be a lot of object source lighting here. We got all the candles, and we've got this land. So Guardian of the Light. Obviously, that's what this one is called. And again, we got the rubble here, but the big thing is, look at this. We got the wax dripping down there, and again, lantern. So a lot of fun. A lot of fun source lighting is going to happen on that one. And then look at this here. So this is the Shadow Lord here. And again, that is the same as this character, which is also the same as the bust. I do have his little feather there. And I still have to cure that amongst other things. But look at we're going to have fun doing all of the free hands here on this cloak too, just like we did on the other one. So yeah, this is just one that I did yesterday. It's a brand new print there. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Doji just shared. So great to see you there, Doji. I wonder. No, I'm gonna keep going with my lighter stuff here. Let's keep going with the lighter stuff while we got it here. Let's do that. We need some of that down in here. Also this. Right along here. Because Doji also paints with the oils. So be sure to check that out. So Doji, I don't know if you saw, I posted the gummy bear video. Doing this here. We were talking about a new one, new bust that I did, which were the plinth and the torso figure, whatever you want to call it. They're basically the same thing. There is no plinth, there is no figure. It's basically it's all the same. It's all one unified piece. Just like anything else, Rico, we got to come up with a cool name for it. Ooh, look at that. See a little bit of glint right there on the top. Also, earlier, Doji, we had a film noir that showed that weathering disappears in film noir, just like, well, a lot of like our object source lighting for Sauron last night disappeared. Hey there, Surface Tension. Surface Tension, why don't you share your oil painted stuff too? So great to see you there, Surface Tension. Ooh, that needs to be lighter up there too. Like this here. Actually, Surface Tension, oh gosh, I think I sent you the link to that, right? Yeah, I think I sent you that. I think, I don't know if I got the request for approval on that. Everybody check out that Surface Tension, that link that Surface Tension shared. Some fabulous oil painted miniatures there, including lots of fun 10mm stuff recently. So look at this. Those weathering powders. I'm blending the paint and the weathering powders together. Yes, that is happening. That's a thing. Obviously, once the paint dries and cures, then the weathering powders are set just like the paint, but I can actually mix those together. Yes, we are now physically starting to paint with the weathering powders. Again, look at this nice little extra little glinty things there and all that stuff. Actually, when I saw that, Rico, it's like, it's plus. Right? It's plinth plus. So yeah, we don't do plinths, we don't do bust, we do plusts, which people are like, wait, what does that mean? But they are very plus because they have lots of extra stuff, right, recoil, that you're not going to be getting anywhere else. And as far as the print size, so Camda, obviously if you want to be test printing these things, they're generally about 55 mil wide, somewhere between 60 to 75 mil high on the as far as the size. What I'm doing here on these, which is funny because wasn't I just saying last night I was getting so used to the gigantic, bust that we were printing out in FDM. These were seeming like too small. It's like, well, no, this is still larger. This is like twice the size of a 72 mil figure. And our horsey right here, I mean, this is basically Conquest size, if that big. This may not even be as big as Conquest. This might still be a few millimeters shy of that. Ah, that's good, sir. So, a surface tension, if I have to send you the approval thing, I'll do that after the stream, get that to you as soon as I can. And hopefully, surface tension, this upcoming Christmas time, one of my goals, this little secret goal, is that both of us have a chance to paint basically a shadow box nativity scene for Christmas time. We'll see how that works, but that's kind of another little goal there, long-term goal there. Surface tension is see if we can make that happen. All right, I need to get me some more of my lighter glinty metals back here. Maybe we'll use you as a bit of a blending brush here too. Hey there, Enganes. Everybody please give Enganes a follow. So Enganes, do the thing. Share the links. More oil painted goodness. We got all the oil painting goodness in here. Actually, Camda, you want to reshare your link. I know you did that like hours ago. Probably a couple hours, more like 3 hours ago. Why don't you share that again there, Camda? And everybody again, check out Ingone's oil painting there. Now I'm going to lighten this up here. It's got a little bit of the green in here too. Yeah, it's almost like a seafoam green we are using in that metal right there. Because, reasons. Everybody check out that install link that Ngane just shared. Give Ngane a follow. This is basically just a dry brushy thing going on here. There's plenty of texture in there to work with. Everybody check out the Instagram link that Camda just shared. There's even some of the weathering powders getting on the brush. Yeah, even some weathering powders getting on that brush. Oh no, that's pretty wild there, surface tension. Let me do this here, okay. Like so. And here, and then let's get that. A little bit of again, the lighter metals here, but it also has a little hint of green in there too. Yeah, some of the green, Because guess what? Red-green contrast will happen then. If we do this here, some of the blue. Some of that blue in there. Maybe a smidge of thinner into that. I want to get this a little bit lighter here too. Like so. Again, look at this. We're literally mixing the weathering powders and the oil paints are mixing together there. That sounds like that could be extra fun. Against surface tension, because well, the smaller it is, right, you can do more stuff with the basing. More basing, more better. Get that along here, and now some of that here too. There we go. Let's see, there was some of the weathering powder there. I just pushed some of that weathering powder right over, because that's what we can do. Some of this, some of our blue. Some of the last little bits of light that we're adding here. Again, before the blood effects become a part of that. Maybe some of that down in here. Maybe some lighter stuff in a few areas of our metals there. And again, look at, see that red? That's we're picking up some of the weathering powders, and those are again getting mixed in with our paint. You can even, again, do a little bit of almost like streaking that way. Finally able to get some lighter stuff done. I've been waiting for the glazy stuff to set there. Now, well, that sounds fantastic, surface tension. Actually, so Rico, do you remember some of the Galadriel animations that I sent you? There's the one where it's basically two different versions. You've got Galadriel, like regular Galadriel, kind of standing in that balcony of the Malwar tree, looking down over Lothlorien, and then you've kind of got the Dark Queen Shmaladriel in the same scene. I was thinking, Rico, that could make for an interesting, again, shadow box type of scene. Because I was thinking, well, I can't really, printing all that terrain. I already have a whole gigantic Lothlorien board that I'm going to be painting. I thought, wait a minute, what if we were to do that again as more like a shadow box type of thing? Because you would have that kind of depth to it. One more round here. And you're kind of doing this almost a little bit of streaking there because, again, the guillotine going down like this, right? Well, that's what it would do. It kind of scratch the metal and etch itself in there, or etch some of the scratches in there anyways. Get that light on the other side of it also. Maybe some of that here again, and grab maybe you as a blending brush. Okay, good. There's no, don't have a whole bunch of liquid on that brush, so can work for that. Okay, there we go. So just looking around for the right brush. So where did that one go? Can't, now it's just kind of getting that little bit of hammered middle-ish look into this too. Look at that. See around the edge there. Again, letting that mix with the weathering powder. Do that down here. So yeah, this one should be very, very fun. Again, with all the all of the tons of potential object source lighting right there, bouncing around all over the place on that. Yeah, Inganes, actually, Inganes, I thought your post was going to say, hey, remember how I mentioned I think those are going away? I could swear, Inganes, that you had said, in a month or a couple of months ago in a stream that you were saying that those are probably going to go away. It was foretold by Inganes, which, well, all the better, right? That we're just adopting our. We love our synthetics here. Oh, Cylon brushes. There you go, Recoil. Yes, they're a line of Cylon brushes. They'll just say by your command on the handle, which would be perfect, right? Would the brush not do by your command? Now, of course, from a sales point, by your command. See what I did there? I do words, Camda. We never got. Yeah, we need to get some light in here. Holy smokes! All right, let me. I'm not sure if the dry. I guess yeah. Well, at least initially start out doing a little bit of the dry brush stuff there. Gee whiz, surface tension. Yeah, some of the very first synthetics we got, I'm talking about like 2003. Well, maybe more like 2005, 2006, when all of the old Winsor Newtons had finally died away. The Cottmans was the direction we went. They've been around for 20-ish years, right? Surface tension. Now this does have to be a smidge. Again, look at that. The oil paint is actually turning a bit reddish. Look at that. See all that red on the brush? So you can actually paint with weathering powders as if they were like part of your oils there. I got a bunch of tutorial vids on the Patreon page where I'm painting with the weathering powders. I mix them with either rubbing alcohol. Where's our winter? Wow, here we go. Yeah. So this is one where they were mixed with the weathering powders with the rubbing alcohol, so we could do the winter wash on that T28. What was our Filbert tea? We had some kind of a fun little joke about our Filbert brushes, didn't we, Camda? I forget what the heck it was, because it was more than 5 minutes ago. Actually, no, it wouldn't have to be 5 minutes ago for me to forget. I can forget stuff on contact with air, pretty much. The nice thing in Ganes, and I believe this is the case, right, Camda? You can get here. Look, you can see just how much is left of this. You can get these in 3-packs in Ganes. Actually, in Ganes, now I'm inclined to maybe snag myself a couple of at least one more 3-pack. I might just do that. Yeah, that's a little preemptive strike there, right, in Ganes? What is the expression that oh yeah, the so and so has forgotten more about whatever than most people will ever know. I have forgotten more than I have ever forgotten about their surface tension. Yeah. It's a special talent for forget. Just we're not talking amateur forgetting. We're talking about professional forgetting. See you later there, Doji. Have a great Sunday. Yes, we have professionalized the art of forgetting. Now, what we're gonna also do here is some chips and dips and all other kinds of stuff. Been waiting a while to do this. There we are. It's got a little bit of the Van Dyke brown, some of the Mars black as well. We had to wait for all of this stuff to set, though, of course. Let's get some chips and dips along the perimeter there. So have a blast there, Sunday there, Doji. Try to catch a couple more of these here. You can kind of see what we're doing in this in the top-down view there. Maybe a little bit, yeah, right there. Okay. Now let's see if we can get some edgies on those. Actually, surface tension. If you could, you do me a favor, and shoot me that in an Insta message there. That might have to be a sticker there, surface tension. That may need to be a sticker, at least for this channel. Now, that was too much along the edge. I'm going to. Yeah. There we go. You need a reminder to send the reminder message, right? Recoil or right surface tension. There we go. Yeah, again, just get a little bit of the chippy light there. Yeah, recoil. That's too good to allow to go into the ether, which would be my brain. Well, there is none. We've well established that, right? Recoil. First human to go through an entire lifetime with no brain activity. All right, let me get this. Couple little these lighter hits here along the edge. Yeah, not too late. Not too late on that stuff. Let's get some of this here. And let's get some of this here. Thanks, surface tension. Surface tension and the quest to get, going on this thing as soon as possible. I snarfed down this soup as fast as I could. And a little too fast. I mean, also, too, needless to say, it was kind of toasty. Now, ideally, it would have been allowed to, say, set for a while, like our oil paints. But we were a hasty hobbit. As I get the lighter edge on this leather here. And, oh my goodness, yeah, that messed up the voice for at least, the first 18 minutes of the stream or so. That didn't work out so well. So, yeah, we can't be doing that anymore. Come on, give me a little more light on there, and a little something there. Now we gotta. No, that would be too. Here, let's get a little bit of this blue into that for the straps there. This side. Actually, gotta get some of our blue and metal colors here into the face there. We'll do that. Yes, unfortunately, a hasty hobbit. And then again, does a hobbit rush their food? That's what we did here, and that didn't work out as planned at all. Ooh, I never did get the latest highlights on this this little implement right here. So think of this as the whistle, right, for going over the top. That's what this is right here. That's hanging on them there. Get that. then a couple more. Okay, let's make sure that doesn't get too thick there. Too much. Well, looky here. We got all these handy dandy weathering powders we can use to basically wipe some of that away. Armored Wolf, if you wanted to share your latest Instagram link there, Armored Wolf has got some really fantastic Instagram posts there, which again kind of gives you a little window into the world of the construction of said dice bags. So yeah, Armored Wolf, why don't you go ahead and share that? I think that would be super cool for people to see. Oh, we're gonna try this. I think it was a bright yellow, right? That's what that was. Candor. We're gonna give this a shot now for the epaulets here. Been waiting on this for a while. Look at that. See, it's still mixing. That's another reason why I was waiting. In addition to the whole, I gotta stick my finger on there to be able to paint the face. Was waiting so that I could do the dry brushy thing there. Hey, 46 and 2, how you doing? 46 and 2, why don't you share some stuff in the chat there? So happy Sunday, 46 and 2. Super happy about all the bus stuff, and of course we were just pulled these out of the curing thing. There's our Shadow Lord on horseback, and yet another new bust right there. So it's we're having all kinds of fun here. All kinds of fun with our brand new Trench Crusade themed busts. Which again, only way, at least for quite some time, the only way you're going to get your hands on these is via the Patreon page. I think this week coming up, I'll see if I can, I'll be sending out some messages to folks to get them the gummy bear link, just to see if it works. And see what it's like getting 200 and something approval requests. Unless there's a method where you don't have to do that. That's another thing I might actually just try to Google that and just see if there is a way to do that without having to do the whole request thing. Because that could also be easier for everybody else too. Oh, there it is. Everybody check out that Instagram link there. Check out the Instagram link that 46 and 2 just shared. So hopefully all is well there, 46 and 2. Everything is going great. Let me get more of this in here. Nope. That light. We'll try to get some other cores here in this epaulet as well. We're just kind of getting down to it now. So again, everybody check out that link that 46 and 2 just shared. Everybody give 46 and 2 a follow, of course. And after we do the epaulet thing here, next up is going to be the fabulous blood effects here on our guillotine. Because, yeah, we need to get that going. 3 hours, 42 minutes ago, both of these gents had a Zippo in terms of paint, as in none whatsoever. A little bit of the Ebony Flesh Primer, no Zenithal, none of that stuff. Nothing like that. Let's wander on over to this side now, do similar things. I'm tempted actually. Yeah, I might get some of my reds and such in into the epaulets here because you don't usually see that. Yep, we'll do that. That'll be fun. 46 and 2. So was that the old Rogue Trader edition there? 46 and 2. Well, no matter what, hope it's a lot of fun for you there. Do this here. I think it's pretty. Let's see. I would say the last real game that I played. There was a couple. Was it 2014? There was the one tournament that I did, but that I wasn't really playing the game. That was literally just a tournament. See you in a bit there, surface tension. So yeah, probably really the last time it was played at any kind of regular basis was more like maybe 2010 at the very latest. Maybe 2011, but I would say kind of 2010-ish would be about the end of the time where we're really kind of playing that with any great frequency. Which is like, oh yeah, that's not that. Oh no, actually, that's 16 years ago. That is bonkers. Give me some of that, a little bit of light down there as well. Yep, that's better. Now I could still go later on that button. Remember we're talking about the reds and stuff here. How's about this burgundy here? There. Also maybe here. Now our blue. Let's get that Prussian, ironically enough, Prussian blue here on that side. And then that side. And then anything here to get that off of the yellow. Guess we're gonna have to, yeah, let's reinvigorate our tiny bit of our fastest, maddest white there. Where can you go? Over here, maybe. Back to it. On the epaulet here. Let's, there we are. Up here some more. Come on, a little. Yeah, we'll just deposit some of the excess there. Same thing, deposit a little bit of the excess there. Also, here, let's lighten that up some. More light in, in that part of the epaulet there. Also here. Yeah, we'll lighten you a bit. Also this. Gonna catch a couple little lights over here, and also get little scuffs and scratchies here on the leather too. Nah, not too much on those on the rubble there. Not a lot of highlights on that. This edge here again, we got the rusty stuff there. Remember, weathering can be weathered away. Seriously, that you just if the surface keeps getting rubbed, knocked on, or something like that, all of that rust just gets wiped away, and actually becomes very shiny. We did this layer stuff on the other side. Never got a chance to do that here on this side. Somehow go to get the lightest edge on the top of that too. Yep. Same deal down here. All this stuff. And remember, this is also mixing in with our weathering powders that we put on a while ago. After we do this stuff, we'll head on back to our other one and get blood effects time on him. Well, Studio Boneless, that's actually making me hungry right there. Because needless to say, we only had about maybe 40% the normal food consumption that might happen. How's about we welcome in Coffee Cat? So Coffee Cat presents dares to enter our domain. How you doing there, Coffee Cat? Everybody please give Coffee Cat a follow if you could. So Coffee Cat, if you want to post some stuffs in the chat, please go ahead, like maybe Instagram, Discord links, whatever. 3 hours and 50 minutes ago, these two gents had no paint on them. These are Trench Crusade busts that I made myself. We are just about to get to the blood effects here on our guillotine. Been having a lot of fun with these. Last Saturday, we did 2 other ones here. Trench Pilgrims, and this was the very first of our Iron Sultanate busts right there. So we got many more of these that are coming up. So here was the very first one that we did. Again, these are my own designs here. And well, look at this. We also had done a flat of the same character. Kind of my favorite Trench Crusade character last night on stream, among other things. A little Sauron action again. Another one of my own figures. Also this Eowyn right here. So that was last night on stream. And then of course our flat Thursday, more Sauron. Also Harad. So yeah, this is what we did on Thursday, and of course Monday, Armada Mondays, which means tiny ships of all different kinds. How about this? How about a Harad ship right there? So again, another thing that I made, and you might recognize some. Oh, look at that! There's my Golden King of Abercorn on his Golden Throne of Flame. Also ship. And again, Coffee Cat, if you would like to share some stuff in the chat, please go right ahead. We have much more in the way of busty goodness that we're going to be painting up on stream. Lots of Trench Crusade busts on the way. There we go. So we're just kind of, what we've been doing here is adding some lighter metals here. We got some weathering powders on there. Now we're actually mixing some of the paint with the weathering powders. This is all done with the oil paints, by the way. So Coffee Cat, I'm sure that your stream was super fun. And of course, happy Sunday. And like I said, you want to share something in the chat there, whether, again, Discord link. I know you just finished that stream, so you're not going to have a whole bunch of pictures of what you were just working on. But maybe you have some work in progress or other images of other stuff. on an Insta or Discord, so please share those. Again, working, these are just regular oil paints right out of the tube here. And again, see, we got our weathering powders here. We're actually able to mix with that weathering powder with our oil paint. They sort of become one and the same, and then as the oil paint cures, which will be pretty much overnight and into tomorrow, then the weathering powders pretty much get locked in place. And there they stay. Now back to our disc over. I just want to, you know what? There might still be a couple. Yeah, here. Let's do some of these lighter edges over here. And before we get to the blood effects, we're gonna make sure we have all this stuff as much as possible out of the way. I mean, Camden, how many other busts do you really get a chance to use weathering powders on? I think that's going to be a staple of our Trench Crusade busts, I think, for the most part. Not every single one, but I do think an awful lot of them are going to have the weathering powders on them. Yeah, there we go. That was another, same on this side. Oh, you know what? We might need to get. When's the last time we really had a chance to reflect the gold onto something? Usually we're reflecting everything else onto the gold, but grab me some of this here Mars Yellow Deep, and that's gonna go over here. Yeah, I'm gonna do some of that. Fine, we'll just use this as a blending brush here. Yeah, boy, oh boy, I knew there was something I was forgetting over here. Yeah, look at, see, can you see that? The gold reflected now onto here, because, I mean, if they're both metals and they're both sitting right next to each other, it's like, is there some kind of anti-reflection Scotch guarding on there or something? Can't have that. I will actually even do this. Also, some of that. Proximity to this. Ooh, now let's... A little something on there. I'm going to go a bit lighter with that. Also, on this side too. Yeah. Got some of this later stuff that's going to happen again up here in some of these gold areas, some there. Also, some of this. There we go. I think we're gonna, so Alkyd, we already have our fabulous crimson out on the palette, so we're gonna get this going here. Let's get some of this, the Alkyds out here. Camda, I tried that years ago because I thought, well, gee whiz, you know, I had hundreds of pastels, right, all the Senolet pastels and such, and I tried doing that, and it didn't seem to give me the result that I wanted. Now, of course, that was 20 some odd years ago. Maybe I just wasn't doing it right. That's possible, right? Just maybe didn't have the right idea behind it. I wonder. Let me get this thing here. Let's get all that stuffs out of there. Okay, there is our burgundy and now some of the alkyd medium. Now we are going to try to start working in our blood effects here. Like so. Obviously, streaks and splatters. We're gonna need a little bit of each. Going to need both of those happening. Let's get some of that over here. Maybe. Oh, okay. What if I use more of that? Yes, that's what. There we go. Like, we're kind of going too directly to all the darkest stuff. There we are. Down into here, of course. Got a whole cascade of this. Is gonna be a little blood fall there. Now, I guess it's good practice or whatever for the Carnosaur, where we want to have the basically a whole kind of river of blood thing going on. Maybe even a little thinner into that too. Ah, there we go. Because I need a little more translucency here. There. That's getting a little bit too opaque straight away. Eventually opacity okay, but not right now. Now you can see why I didn't really mess a whole bunch with the weathering powders right here, because I knew this was going to be happening. You can see why I tried to make it lighter, so all this again would show up some more. Again, we gotta get some of that smeary stuff, and it is mixing with some of the paint that's there too. It is mixing with some of that lighter stuff. I was kind of hoping that it would. And again, the alkyd medium in here is providing some of the translucency and, of course, the shininess. Arid, I don't know if you had a chance to share your Pinterest link in a while, but why don't you ever please give Arid Camwife a follow? So Arid, now the Gundam is done, right? That you were able to finish that in this last co-stream here. I believe that was the plan, was to get that all finished in this stream today. Well, the Saturday stream anyway, because it ain't Saturday anymore. Wow, it's 2:09. Okay, I didn't realize that. That's fantastic. And again, you want to share some stuff there? Please go ahead. Come on, a little more streakies there. Okay. Well, I'm glad that the Gundams have been super fun for you there, Arid, for sure. Now, let me try this. So we're going to try and do a couple of the spatters here, and then have the little drips coming down from the spatters themselves. Because, you know, reasons. Now you can kind of see how this is starting to develop, right? We had the lighter, more translucent blood effects. Now maybe more of the coagulated stuff there. this going, and then again, we see the little bit of a, there we go, a little bit of a cascade coming down off of that. Yeah, this side here, I'm gonna get more of the translucent stuff there. Try some more of that in here. Maybe some more, again, some spattery type things here too. In addition to all of the streaks. And then we'll be mixing probably some of the Williamsburg Van Dyke Brown with our burgundy here, our fabulous Pearline Crimson to really darken up, again, some of the stuff that's going on in here. I'm going to do that here. Let me grab just a little bit again, so that's got some of the black mixed in, maybe a little bit more of the Alkyd medium. Yeah, in this part right here, where we really got the most activity there. A little bit less of the black as I go to do some more stuff with our spatters here. All right, we got that. I want at least a much darker streak there. Bringing that up here. Also, too, the Alkyd medium does provide just the tiniest bit of height to it. I had been experiment a couple of times mixing, say, the my heavy gloss gel in with the blood effects that didn't quite seem to do what I had hoped it would. So I haven't really done a whole bunch of that since. I don't. Maybe we give that another try. Get with some more of the and kind of this cascading down here. We want that. It's got more red in it though. Around these the rivets there. Nope, nope, nope. Gotta have more of the red. Let's change that back again. Not too much of that black. Well, sorry, the Van Dyke Brown mixed with the pure crimson, Pearline Crimson. I think you can see there's a. It's not like we're necessarily shading with the blood here, but you've got your more the kind of the streaked stuff, which is going to be a bit lighter, and then we've got our darker, more coagulated stuff there too. More another nice big old streak of it right there. Comes down here all the way down there. continue this streak here too. There we go. Maybe even a few little drips on there. I'm gonna maybe get a bit more, maybe the spatter up here. And it kind of, again, flowing out this way for, well, obvious reasons. Almost like little blood comets here, trying to put some tails on them. I'm gonna go back to my darkest stuff here again. Even this has, again, that shininess there. That would be provided from this here, because the colors that we're using, the Van Dyke Brown and even the the Pearline Crimson, those do not have any natural shine to themselves at all. That is being added. Also, again, the translucency is provided. Again, look at, see that? And this is dry, and oh yeah, look at that. We still have our shine. So the shine remains. Also, too, you can see it almost kind of looks like liquid collected in there. Why? Because the alkyd medium is, I mean, it's not quite like thinner. It's not exactly a pinline wash, but in some ways it's kind of that way. It just like, the whole idea is gravity has taken this down here. Again, 4 hours, 10 minutes ago, there was no paint on either. There was no paint, no weathering powders, no blood effects, none of that stuff on either one of these. Taking some of this here. And then again here, trying to have that dripping down. Perhaps even more of the smeared blend. I'm going to get some of this. I think you can also see why we just said, look, let's make the metal lighter. We don't have to worry about perfect shading, right? Because all this stuff was on there. Yeah, the whole perfect shading thing, didn't really have to worry about that now, did we? I think this is another reason why people are, they don't want to do, say, the object source lighting or something, or afraid they don't want to ruin something. Well, there was nothing to ruin here. We spent very little time, although there is green. You can still see some of that green, some of the blue, some of the violet in there. Thank you so much, German Wolf, for posting a link to the Patreon page. And we have done this several times on the Patreon page. And again, these busts here is not going to be on My Mini Factory or Thingiverse or anything like that. The files will only be available to the folks on the Patreon page. Now, let us also get some of that in here. Because, reasons. It's on the other side too. Got to get it on this side. Whoops. There we are. Okay, that is kind of more like the translucent portion of it there. Yeah, you can see that is mixing with the lighter color that's already there. No. Nah, that's here. Let's get more of the medium in there. And now again, some of the blood effect out here too. I'm gonna squeeze in a little bit more of the alkyd medium. I mean, we're just talking like a drop. That is more than enough to do what we needed to. So I think, yeah, you can kind of see it there again in the backdrop behind him now. And that's going to cascade down, much like what's going on over there, right? Also get a little of our spattery stuff kind of radiating out from that. I mean, this right here, that's mostly alkyd medium that's on the brush right now. There's very little actual paint there. Oh, also, too, ironically enough, the alkyd medium, well, what does that do? That makes stuff dry faster. So this might be some of the fastest drying stuff on the whole thing right here, because it's, again, a large portion of it is alkyd medium. Again, it also helps to maintain the shininess, right, of the of your blood effects there. Let's get that back over onto this side. Now I need to go to my back to my liner brush for some of these smaller bits here. Mostly just easier to reach it there. And look, I just got these two fingers on the brush here. That is it. Ah, that's what we need more there. And then let that drip down. That is it. Okay, well, that wasn't supposed to go there. I kind of like it there, but now let's, we'll just remove that. No biggie. Back to the, a little bit more of this. Got decent amount of the alkyd medium in it, too. Trying to here, let's maybe more of the blood drips out here on the periphery, like so. It's sort of like what we did up over here. Couple more rivulets of blood there. Maybe even here. Let's do that a little bit. Yeah, there we go. It's like again a pin line wash of our blood effects. Let me go a bit dark. Now we got this brush here. Trying to really build up here. Can't where the a lot of the action happens. There we go. Again, not overwhelm everything, just like with chipping or even weathering powders or whatever. Too much is too much, and it happens in a hurry. It becomes too much faster than you think. Alright, and now we're going to start to get not just some dark along these edges here, but also try to get some edge contrast there too. There's another nice little edge there, and back out here. We got to do the, yep, and do the same over here. Sharpen up that edge. This is a little bit of the violet, a little bit of the Mars black mixed together. Also going to put maybe even some dark back into a few parts of our gold up here as well. We got a lot of light and a lot of middle tone. I'm going to try to hype up a little bit more of the dark there. Let's do that. Ooh, this is another place here. That was another place I was wanting to get. A bit more of the dark there, and also here, let me see if we can. What do I got on the tip of that brush there? Trying to do the same on that side with it. One more time to set the edge and darken that on the top part of the eyes. Yeah. Maybe some more dark on the top part of his helmet thing there. And maybe here, yeah, let's get a few darks into the like some real heavy recessed darks here. Also in there, and a blending brush. Like that. Certainly need some, not just darks in here, but also again some edge contrast. As some of the edges get a little smushy, we're gonna sharpen those up. This chain could use the same treatment in just a couple of spots here where that's like a little too light there. Also on our snake heads here. And then we'll try to get something lighter in the eye recesses too. But for now, kind of, yeah, I was pretty good with the dark there. Some of these, maybe, oh yeah, probably some of the weathering powders got into the eye sockets. They made those lighter, so we're gonna take that and make them darker. And try this. Some of our dark under here also. We lost a touch of our dark right now. Let's do that here. Yep, okay, there's some of the, again, the weathering powders. They actually make your shadow areas look a little bit lighter. Maybe a few little streaks coming down the front of that too. I don't know. Twin R. Yeah, there we go. Okay, let's go back to this guy, and time to put some of our really dark darks on him also. Like under here, and again some of this here in the epaulets. there. This one definitely needs to be that definitely needs to be reinforced here. Couple of darks there. Now around this. So that seam and then this seam too, or the edge there where the collar ends. Yeah, that needs to. We'll probably get a couple little lights on there too. Yeah, now we're about 4.5 hours in, and this is where we can start thinking, okay, what about either little decorative elements, or we kind of look around and say, you know what, we should tighten this up or darken this thing. Maybe this highlight is too light here. Maybe this is not light enough over here. This might Van Dyke Brown into some of this. This strap right here, we're going to also darken that down. So that separates from the middle a little bit more. Yeah, I was getting a little too similar. Maybe you as a, yeah, we'll use you as a blending brush there. So now, yeah, that made the middle look a little bit lighter. Speaking of, let me get that, where we got the little cut mark there. Yeah, like so, and now maybe here on the his metals over here, some of this needs to also be refined a bit more. And then potentially again here, even see some more dark in the recesses here. We also have to get some dark on the underside of that. Dark in between those epaulets there. And again, here just a little bips and bobs here on the leather again to create a sense of wear and tear. Dark in there. Dark in there. Also over here. Did we get that? Okay, we did reinforce that line here. That needs to be kind of connected to the other darks that went into the chipping on the helmet there. Whoops, not that. What they get more of the Van Dyke Brown here. Something like that. Okay. So around here. Nope, that dark is already good. Already good there. Now, in the epaulets here, we've been doing a lot of the darker stuff. I will take the Indian yellow. Mix it with some of our not radiant violet. Guess a little more thinner, maybe. Get that more, get that flowing a little bit more. There's just too much of the grayish tone. We need a little bit more of actual kind of a gold sense in here. Yeah. We're kind of missing out on that a little bit. As light as this looks, this is not super light. It looks like because we were very efficient at creating all the darks around it. Let me get this in here. Okay. I need reflected light on this thing, but probably not the yellow, so we're going to have to wait on that. That would have to probably have some of our green in it or whatever. We got some of that now. That's our not radiant green and a little chain of lights there. And I think we need to do a same thing on this side. There. So now we've got the reflected light there. We'll maybe do a little bit of that on the those shell casings. We got these bits of rubble here. We'll try to get a little bit of lighter mid-tone maybe on those babies. Still working again with this. It's almost got like a greenish tinge to it. That's gonna go now, and as we kind of move away from these parts where we did that gold in the epaulets, now get something a little bit more towards the green there. You know what? I'm gonna get back to my dark there. There's a whole bunch of light stuff going all in the same, too much in the same area, and darken some of that down. Okay, that's what we needed there. No, wait, back to this. That will go into here. Now, there. More of it here. And do I still have the, yeah, the fast mat? Oh, it is still kind of active down. Oh, we have the whole other batch up on the top. That's right. Ah, that's kind of dark, and I'll like get that lighter. A little more there. Here, let's spread that out some. Maybe make those more like just leather straps. So I'm gonna take that magenta, mix that with the asphaltum, and almost a bit like a skin tone. Getting some of the lightest leathers here. Also, again, maybe a little bit of texture as well here and there. So some light there, and then again maybe a little bit of the texture, kind of like we were doing with the helmet there. Of course, not too much of it. Too much of it, not a great thing. Just enough of it. Kind of gets the point across. Ah, we'll lighten that up too. So Armored Wolf, actually Armored Wolf, if you want to share your link, there, your Instagram link to the fabulous dice book. Speaking of leather, all things leather goodness. Again, check out Armored Wolf Productions. Wasn't sure if Erebus was causing any more work stoppages there by laying claim to more pieces of leather, saying, well, nope, this here is mine. I'm gonna try this here. This is almost a straight up radiant violet right there. Up here, same deal. And again, a couple little of these things happening here. And again, that's pretty much straight up radiant violet. There's a little bit of the asphaltum in there, just a little touch of it. Some of that up here. On his collar there. Where are we at with this? Back to that. Yeah. A little more on the edge of the lapel. Like so. Trying to lighten up a bit in here too. Yeah, right along the edges there. Let's see, I'm gonna maybe go even stronger with some of that chromium oxide green on the face here. Oh, there we go. Yeah. Stronger. And the green, that's some serious green there. Serious amount of green. No, I'm gonna take some of our radiant green, mix that in there. Back to this. And let those combine together. Yeah, that's kind of making a nice little gray there. Hint of a bit of a reflection on the underside. No, there is always a little reflection there. Come on, we need a touch of light right underneath there. There we go. We'll get the same thing going. Yeah, on the lapel there. Now this is going to need a little extra light there. I'm going to take this guy. We're going to blend this out. I can't go too light on the nose because the helmet, right, is sort of, well, it should anyway be casting a bit of a shadow there. Now here we do need, I think, a little bit of some kind of mid-tone at least here. For starters, anyway. Now I'm gonna see if I can get some eyebrows in here, like that side, and now this side. And also again a little bit of the chipping there on the helmet. Taking that bit of the light in the eye down just a smidge there too. No, too much of the green. Try this again, a little mid-tone there, and then gotta get some of that up in here right before where the helmet hit. There we go. I think that is more like what we wanted, and maybe a touch more of our lighter greenish gray here. Because we're pretty good on this side. Oh, and now the strap here. Yes, I will maybe try. Here, let's get some of our asphaltum stuff that we've been using elsewhere. Get that into here. Yeah, let's see that. I think we'll go with the green, maybe. Yeah. That's gonna be a better, again, juxtaposition against the skin tone. For as much as we've got some greens in the skin tone. Naples yellow. Some of the white in there too. A little bit of light on the underside of that, and now this part of the lips, they're gonna get lighter, and then a little more, I think, of our light down there in the corners of the mouth. Yeah, and now maybe the teensiest bit of extra light there. Maybe something on the ear over here. Whoops, that was not the area I was looking for. A little something right there on his ear. Also there. Might let that cheek get a little bit lighter also. Fast map white to try and get this. There we go. Finally. Kind of getting some of the chips and dings and the armor looking more like what we wanted to. Back to more of our light here. This little bit in here needed to be lighter. Now let's also Indian yellow or some of the asphaltum here. Because the top of that was like, that's and not quite cylindrical, not a very sharp edge at all. We should sharpen that up now. And now we'll get the lightest light back in there now that we've trimmed some of that away. Okay, that is what we wanted there. We got you more. Here, there's my fast mount white over there. Where did that go? I keep looking in the area where I used to have some. And that is going to go down into this now. Bring out a couple more lights on all of our little metal work on the plinth. And again, to me, the plinth is every bit as much a part of the bust as, well, the bust is. Because you can add so much story that way by, again, adding a little bit extra. Now, it might not have to be quite like as extensive as what I do with these Trench Crusades here. But just a little something more than just, well, a stick. Which, again, a lot of bust. The plinth is just, well, a glorified stick. Or a peg or whatever. And just think of the difference here, the story. If you were to have him without the guillotine behind him, it wouldn't be, there's be nothing wrong with that, but it certainly wouldn't tell the same kind of story, right? The two of these guys, their plinth's a big part of the imagery. And of course, there are plinths of last week's massive, massive storytelling there with the stained glass windows and everything. Now that I've got the blood effects in place, I can kind of say, okay, where might we get a little more highlight along the edges there or something? Even here, I might even sneak in just a couple little bits right there along the edge of that, and that's it. And now that we've got this pretty much determined where how far much the blood dripped down onto this bottommost level here. And let me see, was it? Well, it has to be about 4 something hours. Okay, oh geez, 4 hours, 44 minutes. Oh, we almost had five. We almost had cinco cuatro right there. Almost had 5 4s in a row. We missed that just by a few seconds there. But yes, not even basically 5 hours here so far. Let me see if I can. All these snakes here, they need that little light in their eye. Remember, I said I was going to have to wait on that till all of our darks in there were as set as possible. Now, we weren't just going to leave those be little dark recesses there. Well, I need to refresh the paint on that. Not surprised, I actually got more out of that than I thought I was going to. Did I do the other? Nope, didn't do the other side. Yeah, we'll get that here. Yeah, I'm going to lighten up that front bit and then a little bit along here. Pretty good on that side of it. Across here, yeah, let's get you a bit lighter there now. Edge of this for sure. Again, kind of like what we were doing with the edge on the officer there of his leather. They're trying to get almost like a little bit of cuts and scratchy type things there. Still working with the fast matte white. Might also maybe grab a little bit of the lemon yellow in here. We need to get some lighter stuff up there. I'm going to take this here brush. Again, there's no paint on there. We're just going to see how we just kind of faded that together. Lighten up the top of this. The top of that's pretty good. These bits here. We added the darker line. I got to get this little bit of a lighter edge right there on that cheekbone, and I need to do a. We've got some of it here on this side already, so kind of good there. I guess, Eric, since you don't have to stream today, I was thinking, don't want to be keeping you up too late there. I know it was a very late night last night and then an early day with the stream, because I think, yeah, weren't we counting down? It was only 13 hours until your stream? Yeah, when you were in here last night. Get some more of this white here. That's too much thinner. Gonna get some of the thinner out of there too, and now get some of these. Yeah, look how far away my hand is from that metal ferrule. It's the only way we're able to do all this kind of stuff is because we don't have a death grip on the brush. Because first of all, easier to paint when the brush touches the figure. Generally gets done faster. But that also, again, means a much lighter brush stroke. Not too bad with the acrylics. Super important with the oils, though. Come on, let me get some of this in here. Yeah. Some of the chompers on our sneaky snakes here have to be a little bit lighter. And the jaw here, too. Yeah. Doing that. Doing that. Little edge there, too. Yeah, let me get the bottom of the eye a little lighter there, and then some of it here. I'm just gonna have to stick my hand over there to be able to do that, and I want to do the same thing on this side. Right, there we go. Finally. Got that side too now. A little touch lighter there too, maybe. The nostrils here, I think I might lighten those up a bit as well. Yeah, that was a good idea. With some more of that there too, okay. Also here. Nice. Again, we got that green reflected on them here. I'm gonna see if we can't violet here. Let me been waiting a long time for the glaze stuff to set in there. Again, look at that. I only got the 2 fingers on the brush there. Very light grip on that brush, of course. Little touch of violet here. We really haven't done much with violet on any of our Trench Crusade busts until here. I think that's going to be a little commonality, but with all of our Court of the Seven Headed Serpent, I think that might just be something we'll do. Trying to get the edge of that cloth a little more. What have we? Yeah, I need to extend this light further this way, because what that does, see, it sets that further back. Just a little bit of light. I'm going to set that piece further back. What do we got on this side? We're pretty good on the light there. I guess we'll get some more here. This is not a whole bunch of our... In fact, maybe a little bit too much of the gold, but that needed some light. Also, that needs some. Don't want to get this too light, because then we do want that to recede a little bit. I might... Tempted to throw a couple little light on the top of that part of the arch on that. No, I think we should leave that alone. Sometimes you just gotta let stuff alone. Say, all right, that's enough in that area. Any more will be drawing a lot of attention to an area that should not have a lot of attention. It doesn't really make a whole bunch of sense. It's again, is that time worth it? We talk about this a lot in the especially the army painting series, but even any kind of multi-part series, especially talk about the again that kind of value on the return? Are you spending time here that is worth it? Or maybe spending a little too much time in something that is not going to have the visual impact that you want? You don't want half-painted stuff, but with everybody having limited time available, and everybody has limited time, well, at least most everybody does. Thanks, Camda. I can't get over the Alkyd medium in this is a game changer. Again, it wasn't super fantabulous, right? Other things I tried to use it in. I was just kind of glad that we kind of hung with it, right? Didn't just say, okay, this is useless stuff. We're not going to mess with it anymore. Well, even the the first meshy result, right, Camda, those were, well, nothing short of catastrophic. But that was, again, the so-called tutorials I had seen. They weren't just misleading, they were downright wrong. And I think that's one of the reasons why I'm trying to make as many tutorials with this as I can, so that folks, maybe they don't have to go kind of through the same process I did, right, Camda? That was no bueno. I'll do this here. Actually, Camda, the other thing I was thinking too is, okay, since if this, in a way, this endeavor with all these files becomes kind of a group project, so to speak. Some folks, maybe they say, hey, I was able to hollow these things, or I did some supports on these things, or whatever. People that, or even if they have ZBrush or something like that, and they'll say, hey, you know what? There's that one part of the sculpt that maybe could just do a little bit tighter or something. Just clean up that one little piece, and then pass the file back to me. All of a sudden, it's a bit like the oils, right, Camda? I mean, if we didn't have the Paul Rubens, it would be a very different landscape. And it's almost like negative prompts, right, with the GPD. Sometimes just things have to bounce back. Sometimes they have to maybe not go the way you want. I mean, obviously, for part of that is you have to then look back and say, okay, well, what exactly did go haywire here? Whether it's painting, whether it's whatever it is. Sometimes you have to go back and say, okay, if that's the one thing, well, how do we either not have that happening, or that one thing could maybe then be useful for another thing? Now, what's useful here is actually getting some color on there. After all this time, that was still pretty much just our lighter dry brushy stuff there. Wow. Almost 5 hours that's been waiting for some extra stuff, and we just got it on there now. Now over here, we either need to get some rusty stuff or some darker. Let's try the dark. When in doubt, make things darker. We got some of our umber, some of our Mars black. We shall thin that down. See, even that little teensy touch there that that just took a few seconds, but it also it also added a lot. Was that little bit we just did there, was that worth it, spending those 20 to 40 seconds on that? Let me say, yeah, I think it was. Touch of that here. A similar deal over here on these guys. So again, just, yeah, all of these, same deal. Also, there, see how that tightens up there. And now if we do this here, that's a shape. We're not just doing the lines. We want to focus in on shapes for sure. Focus in on shapes. Now here, hopefully I'm not going to be sticking my hand there too much anymore. So now do we get all of our blood stuff on it? I think so. We will use this as a little micro blending, but look at this here. Look at what we got going on. We're just going to spread this thing out here. Does that not look more like if you hit your head on that, that would hurt? Before, it would look like you could practically lay your head on there like a pillow. That edge going to hurt now. Don't mess with that edge. Simple enough to create that little bit of shape. Again, that was just a few seconds worth, but it's certainly, as far as what making that more convincing, maybe that's the word I'm looking for. Nah, too much light there. Now, what about this in here again? A bit more. Dark in there again. Some of that's the initial darker glaze stuff that we did probably 4 hours and 30 minutes, 4:35, something like that. Because yeah, we are just at the 5-hour mark now. And think about what is on these two. There's weathering powders on there. There's chipping, weathering, blood effects, all of this stuff. And I mean, just to show you the size of these. Okay, where's a 28 mil fig? Okay, there you go. That's a 28 mil fig. That's two of these things. They're each of these plinths is about 53 to 55 mil wide. That's again, that's substantial. Just throwing that out there. Oh, you know what else is substantial is some of our Pearline Crimson here. For this, back to our dark here, and to sharpen up this here. So thanks, Armored Wolf, for posting a link to the Patreon page. Again, we appreciate all the folks that have signed up. There's been some more folks signing up of late, which is super helpful. Again, that's who would have thought, Camda, that things like electricity and well, roofs and heat, those kind of things, they tend to assist in streaming, and the Patreon page tends to assist in providing things like roofs and electricity. So for the folks that have been signing up there, we appreciate that. Always trying to find new ways to, again, provide some extra value to the Patreon page. And, well, lately it's these things, right? All of these files that we're doing between the flats, between the miniatures and the busts. That and this again. Some of those edges got a little wonky. We just sharpened them up, right? No big deal. Ooh, how's about this? How's about this? So this is pretty much almost like straight up violet here with a little bit of our umber in it, and that's gonna go in on the cowl here. Yeah, we're using violet to shade leather. We're doing that. There's a whole bunch of violet in all of this. You can almost sort of see it in some of this here, but look, you got some of the bluish grays in there too. That is because we weren't doing layers. If you're doing strict, like, okay, we got a darker green, then a lighter green, then a slightly lighter green, and so on and so forth, well, you got yourself a whole bunch of nifty greens. That's not quite how the physics of light works. Light's bouncing around all over the place, and it's not just metal that has reflected color. Even skin will have reflected color. Cloth, maybe not to the degree that, okay, say a shiny metal would. Still got to be some though. That's why we even have some of the greenish stuff going on in the gold epaulets. Try to get again a couple of little dings and such in the leather there. So maybe again, here's some more on the helmet. There. Yeah, okay, here. I will go back to some of this, almost like a green here. That That was way too thick there. There we go. Okay. It's like, what was that weird big glob doing there? That doesn't belong there. Got some of my violet here again. No, more of it. More of this. Look at this. We're going to take some green. We're actually going to use green to lighten some violet. Because, of course, see, that's going to be a whole lot more interesting. And it's like, okay, we'll just take a slightly lighter violet and do that. Here. Got that now. And again on the collar here. Let's again get some little nicks and such. Mint on that collar. We got that on the again in the leather here. Right, look at that. Fun stuff is happening there too. This a little too heavy up there. We get rid of. We just take a little bit. Look at it. See, took a little bit of it off of there. No problemo. Push this here. Taking some of our tip stuff here and kind of just dissipating it a little bit. A little bit. Right back to our judge slash executioner. I'll try and get me a little bit more of my light down in this bit right here. Maybe yeah, here. Let's nope, too much stuff on that brush. We're gonna take some of that away. And then do that. Also here. Let's get that now. No, I'm gonna put that over here. So now see that little bit of extra light, the blood effects stand out that much more. Touch more of it in here again with this slightly lighter, kind of a, it's got a little bit of purple in there, a little bit of blue. This is going to have a little bit of the, here it's got some of our not radiant green in there. Sure, a little bit more on that edge. A little something down in there and a little, now we already had the violet in there, good, that's good. Not going to mess with that anymore then. Ah, look at that, look at that. This, let me try this same green here. A little more. Yeah. We kind of did that over here. So that's what made me think of it. It's like, yeah, we should maybe get some of that over on the other side here. So again, some of that greenish gray up in there. Now we'll, I haven't been, well, actually, that's still doing pretty good up there. The floral orange. Mix that with a little bit of our Indian yellow here. I'm just going to use some thinner, because that right there, that's a little bit less ideal to paint with. Who would have thought? Because I would like to use some of this, just like we did, remember a while ago, we did that with the eyes too. We got, again, it's like a glaze, but not a glaze, because the idea is we're just using the natural translucency of both the floral orange and the Indian yellow. So all we got to do is just brush this color over the top. That is not a glaze by any stretch of the imagination. That's practically just a dry brush of it over the top. Yep, see that's getting that nice little orangey right there. Yeah, recoil. Now, if that was, I don't know, maybe a chunk of pepperoni or something like that, now that would be fine. But that was not a chunk of pepperoni there. Actually, recoil all the cooking that I did not get to do earlier today. I guess we'll be doing that after the stream. This is a cuisine channel after all. I mean, here we go. We got the food slicer right there. We even have kitchen implements. Yes, indeed. Okay, there's not too much of the orange though. Gonna get me a little bit of that on our sneaky snakes down here too. Some in there. Also over here. Nah, there's not enough of anything on this. We will catch you later. And then there was one of the sandbags, right? When there's sand, here it is. Like there was a sandbag on one of these things somewhere that I wanted to do a little something on. I will take some of this. And again, you can see how that's mixing with the weathering powders. When I talk about a texture, yeah, essentially have three different textures. We've got the paint texture, we've got the blood effects texture, and then we've got, again, the weathering powder texture also. I was looking for, well, we'll just use this guy. That'll be good enough. And see look at that. It's mixing with the weathering powders, which we want to see. Touch more there. We'll see. Yeah, there we go. All right, that had not enough colorations on it. Now we got some colorations on there, much better. Again, look at all that weathering powder there. More of our lighters. Just kind of drag that right over the top of that. And that's it. Just doing a little bit of that. Same over here. Some of this rubble. Yeah, that too. Come on, we got that now. And that. And here, I'm going to do a little bit of dry brush stuff down there. Also that. Tempted. Nope. If I'm going to do that, I'm going to go back and do this. Okay. Again, using this like our microfiber there. Let me try to just try to get a little something at the very far back. That reliquary, that goes back a long ways there. Wow. Again, I was super glad that printed out. I wasn't sure. That's why none of this stuff, the busts anyway, on the Patreon page yet, because there was one that I printed out in the last batch that There was something weird that happened, and I have to figure out, okay, was that just a supports thing? Or is there something I have to actually look at the file to see what the interior geometry might be like there? And that's what I'm trying to do with all these, is just make sure that, okay, it was just a little thing with supports or whatever, no big deal. But if it's something that's structurally in the file itself, no amount of support's going to make a difference. Again, I don't want to lose too much of my greenish color there, but it's kind of doing a little bit of a Mars yellow deep. It's very much a dry brush there. Super feathered brush stroke for sure. Again, look at that. Remember what that was like, back 4.5 hours ish ago, maybe 4 hours 40 minutes ago. That was it was hard to get any kind of a paint in there without it being almost again practically straight out of the tube because there was so much of our thinner there. Again, a little bit of patience. So we're at hour. Okay, now we're definitely well over 5 hours now. Yeah, something told me this guy was going to be kind of fun. I wasn't really, sure how some of the leathers would work out. Could we get some interesting, fun, different colors? And then, of course, too, with the helmet, could we get some nifty weathering without, too much weathering? I think we could. Now, of course, Monday, hopefully, I'm thinking it might still have to be some more of our Lord of the Rings ships, or maybe, who knows, it could even be a Battlestar Galactica ship. Depends what I can get made file-wise. Since I need to do this presentation for Eldritch Foundry, it's gonna be ships of some kind that I make. Do that in here now a little bit more. Yep. Just a little bit of dry brushy stuff. That's all it is. And yeah, see here, I'm gonna in his collar here. I think I want to get. Nope, I'm actually gonna go dark. I'm not gonna make that lighter. I'm gonna actually put some dark down in there. Yeah, when in doubt, make things darker. That was the way to go. Now we have been adding a lot of not rosé color to the face. I'm gonna try to get a little bit of some here again in the here. Let's get some of that up on the top there. And a little bit of our red in that cheekbone right there. Also, a little bit of it over there. We now have literally a red-green contrast going on right there. Back to it here again. This has got a little bit of a red in it. A little touch of that in the nose here, maybe. It also is kind of shading the nose. See, we got a little more shading in the nose now. I might here. Let me see if I can. Oh, it's going to be difficult. Not going to be easy, but I am going to try anyway. Nope, that's a little too light. Let me back that off. This is kind of our not radiant periwinkle here, Camda. I'll see you later there, Camda. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate you being here as always. Not quite enough. That might be again too much. So I'm just going to deposit some of that over here first. Trying to get the tiny. There we are. Okay. Just the tiniest bit of light on the underside of that. So Camden, hopefully again things start to equalize, stabilize a little bit, and you can get back to doing some streaming there. I know we were having some fun doing that over the last couple of days there. So again, that's almost getting a little bit of violet in there. I'm also even going to bring some of that up here. So look at that. You can see that nice little bit of bluish tone there in the face. Might try here. Let me do that edge right along there. Yeah, we're actually putting a little bit of blue. Ooh, here's another area where we've got to get some dark down in there. All right. That's why that's looking a little funky there, because we got this dark down in here. All right. Also here. Also there. Wow, that all makes a whole bunch more sense there. No wonder that was looking wonky. So did not have the really dark stuff that we needed down in that recess area. We'll figure things out. It might take a while sometimes, but we'll get things figured out. Dark in there too. Oh yeah, just like it did on the other side. That actually very helpful right there. Now let's gonna have to come back with some. Oh, this might just be the perfect thing here to come back with. Right there, okay. Reestablish that some more. There we go, okay. Hey Sublime, how you doing? Great to see you again. So happy Sunday there, Sublime. Ooh, I will. Okay, that's looking a little bit greenish there. I shall take this in our Prussian blue and hopefully start to tint this little bit here more of a blue. Okay, now I think we got it. Thin it down a little more. Now I want to get more of this in there. We're getting there. One more. There, the sky blue might just do it. Sky blue may just do that. There we are. Alright, this side. And then here too, we haven't done anything more with the blue there since when we first started messing with it. There we go. And I shall maybe do a sky blue with a little bit of that light in there too. So see you later there, Camda. Okay, yeah. That was helpful, and okay, good to go there. Now, let me see if we can't take this. And then also do that in there. Push that a little bit further. Now the red, we haven't. Well, we kind of lightened the red a little bit, but not a bunch. Well, recoil. Yeah, I think we might take away a little bit of the paint from that. I'm just saying. Now that's maybe not for the detail phase. We won't have that kind of paint sitting on the brush. Maybe we'll get rid of a little bit of that. I think now we've got ourselves some lighter red that we can. There we are. That's what we needed. Now here, I want to make that too orange because then that will start to mix in what we got going on with all of our golds and such there. You know what, might here throw a little bit more. There we go. Some of the red on the bottom there. Same red, but no mix. I'll use this maybe. That's closer to a magenta now. Again, so not so much of the orangey red because we've got all the gold stuff there. I might also use some of you in there. What about this side? Same deal. Over here. Is nice. Also a touch more right there. Okay. Taking this. We never got the perimeter. I think I want that to have more of the yellow in it. So I'm going to grab this. Maybe a little bit of the Mars yellow deep, combo those together. Let me see what we got here as we kind of grind that down a little bit. Ooh, a touch more thinner might be all we need to have that just about right. Okay, that did what we needed. That did just the trick. Top of the area, let me do a little something here on these epaulets. That's looking a little bit too much like the leather. Get with our yellow there. Ah, there we go. That works. Also try some of that up in here. Back to this side. Where's my... Well, the fast matte white is kind of... it's got some stuff in there now. So we'll just kind of roll here with our Windsor yellow slash Hansa yellow. That's what that really is. It's just Hansa yellow. There is Hansa yellow light and Hansa yellow medium. Starting to think that for the most part your yellows, the light and the medium is basically okay. Did they add some red to it? I think that's what causes your medium there, which makes sense. I mean, what else are they going to add to it that's not going to make green or something else? So yeah, your yellow mediums essentially it's like, well, it's just a little bit less orangey and more yellowy. No, not on that. Not there. I would like some of this in our little alcove down here. Little extra light down in there. Same there too, okay. And this, the little archway. Not a ton, but you can make that stand out a bit more. Where's our new one? And see here, that's got the stained glass windows in there instead of the reliquary like that. So sublime. Hopefully, things have been very good for you lately. Hopefully 2026 has been a good start. Let me do that. There we go. Anything more here? How about some of the radiant green there with the violet? See you later there, Angones. See you on Monday. Appreciate you being here. And again, one more time, if you want to share your stuff in the chat, why don't you do that? More light along the edge there. How's about that? I was tempted. Let me see if the green is just enough. Maybe, okay, there's a little bit of the white in there now. We'll do that and some of this here again. Another couple little cuts and stuff in the leather there. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Ink Gun has just shared. Give Ink Gun as a follow. Ink Gun is also paints with the oils. So do that. Might actually wipe some of the paint off of these little rivets down here. Let's get these maybe brought back again. Some more of them over here. Like we do. Also this. Same thing with some of the rubble on the other side. Nah, there's the thing I'm looking for. Some of the rubble, but that's too much there. Well, looky here, we got this. We have the weathering powders in place. Boom, that's just it's all gone, no problem. Get maybe a little bit of this happening now, and then our metal there, and a little right on the edge of that. No, gotta refresh that brush a little. Take our dark. We got plenty of that out here still. And now we'll get a bunch of these rocking and rolling in here. Again, that starts to look a bit more like some metal that's got some wear and tear on it. Where's my green? Chromium oxide green will go in there. That's a little too dark. We'll try this. Look at that. This is crazy kind of a greenish color going in there into those metals. Like a greenish turquoise almost. Look at it. It's literally a red-green contrast right next to each other. Or, how's about, we haven't done one of these in a while. How about we do a film noir? And, oh, well, look at that. That's almost just flat nothing. All right, focus on that area again where you pretty much don't see anything happening. No value change, whatever. Look at that. Can already start to see it. And as we go further to 50, again, we have essentially a green versus red there. You do those little things like that. I mean, that wasn't all that hard at all. From a visual standpoint, right? Okay, if you're doing stuff for contests, whatever you want, you want those judges to be taking a good hard long look at your stuff. And well, if you want that to happen, you better give them something to look at. If it just okay, yeah, some nice shading there, boom, let's move on. You need to give a little something more to make them stop and look a little longer. And so just okay, yeah, that looks neat. Whatever, give it a bronze, silver. We'll move on. Let's just keep going here. We don't have all day. You gotta make sure that you make them stop and take another look. Again, that same green working its way up into there, which is again, it's not really a green. It's sort of like a super dirty turquoise color. Dirty turquoise. There you go. Recoil. It's another one in the pantheon of paint names that we're gonna have to create. We already have dirty little magenta. Now we got dirty turquoise. Get me some of that on this side too. Oh, definitely up there. A little bit in that rubble. I'm going to try to get rid of a little bit, some of the extra where you hide in there. We can just use this guy. Going to get rid of a little bit of the extra weathering powders in there. All right. And again, that's so the rust there. No airbrush or nothing like that. Just weathering powders. Yep. No airbrush is used on any of this stuff. Yeah, with a nickname like that, Rico, you kind of wonder what the what most likely twos you would end up being in with that as the nickname. Yeah, not some of those most likely twos could be a bit on the unsavory side. We're gonna add a little bit of savory dark right in there, and just can't let that semi-blending brush do its action there. There we go. I mean, of course, the ultimate, most likely to high school thing is, the most likely to achieve galactic conquest. I mean, there's that. Let me try to little bit of a blending brush. Well, it's a loaded blending brush because there's paint on there. This is not one of our blending brushes where we just kind of took all the paint off of there. No, this actually has a little bit of paint on it. But you get again the feathered brush stroke, right? The almost like a dry brush type motion, but there's still paint on it. You can see it right there. See, there's paint on that brush. But because there's not much of it, because the stroke is very light, and this is a soft craft brush, it's kind of doing the same thing that the blending brush would do, but also kind of imparting a little bit extra color in there as well. Let's get some of you up in here. There we go. Oh, by the way, we got tons of Trench Crusade miniatures. We've painted dozens of them. We have an army painting series on Trench Crusade. So yeah, it's not just the busts and the flats. We're doing the miniatures too. Just saying. Again, that is all on the Patreon page. You can check out the Instas for some of the pictures of said Trench Crusade. We also have the video up on the YouTube channel that pretty much, just like the gummy bear vid, shows darn near every single Trench Crusade figure I've painted. Oh, we also did a Trench Crusade photo backdrop, which was super fun. What's also super fun is to welcome in Sure Misfire. Misfire, how you doing? Welcome back. Thank you so much for the raid. And of course, Misfire, you want to share some stuff in the chat, please go ahead and do that. We've been working on these. 5 hours, 39 minutes ago, both of these gents had no paint, no weathering powders, well, no blood effects either. Look at that. Little bit of blood effects there. Again, this is quarter Seven Headed Serpent. This is for our new Antioch here. So welcome back, Sure Misfire. Let's see. I don't think you raided when we were painting these last week, did you? I don't think so. Again, more Trench Crusade. We got our first Iron Sultanate bust, and that's Trench Pilgrim over there. So super fun. Our last couple of streams focused on a little bit of Middle Earth goodness there. Oh, look at that. So we painted these on Thursday. This is one of the figs we painted up on Friday. So kind of a little bit of fun Sauron theme there. Looky, there he is on his nifty little throne, and he's got himself a little trinket there. Gee, wonder what he's going to do with that. Also painted this here on the stream last night, an Eowyn figure, and on Monday, well, looky here. This is the first of our Harad ships, which of course goes along with our Harad Armée. Yeah, very first of our ships for a Middle Earth game there. And of course, well, here we also have this, the Lord of the Rings gummy bears. I think you might have seen some of those, right? Sure, Misfire? You must have rated when we were doing some of those. That's basically all of them. Yeah, pretty much every single one of the Lord of the Rings themed gummy bears. You'll be able to see it in that video. No problem there, Misfire. Boy, Twitch is twitchy, and OBS, woof. OBS is very twitchy, right, Misfire? Oh my goodness. That was a little, here we go. There was a little weird hard edge on that. See, we just, again, that's a bit of a blending brush we're using right there. Here, let me soften that up as well. I wonder, yep, I'm going to do that up in here too, in this part of the epaulette here. Let's do that. And again, check out that link there. You can see all the fabulous little Lord of the Rings gummy bears. We've got, let's see, there's 28 of them that have been painted. I've got, I think, somewhere upwards of 35 different characters. We got more that we'll be painting. So everybody, again, please give Sure Misfire a follow. That would certainly be fabulous. I might throw, I'm going to get me a little bit more of my fast matte white out here. Let me do that right here. A bit of this. Alright, better. And we've even had a couple of more. I just did these earlier today. So the Shadow Lord here, and then another Trench Crusade bust. This is he's called Guardian of Light, and well, guess what? There's gonna be some object source lighting on him. Needless to say. Now time for again some more of our highlights here. Let me get rid of some of that paint out of there. Get rid of some, there's a little too much paint. There we go. I think we got it now. So some of this, now that we've kind of done some of our reds and such, it's time to sharpen up a couple of the highlight edges. Here, let me right along the top of that. And that also needs a little something. There we go. A little something in the interior there also. Touch more over the top of that. Yeah, I'm gonna lighten up the epaulets here, I think. Also clean you up a touch there. Same with that, and then this too. Little bit extra light on that epaulet there too, yep. All this done with oil paints. Oil paints right out of the tube. It all just starts with some dark brown primer, relatively dark brown primer. Here's one of our AON figures. We haven't been able to. We'll be painting this one probably this coming week, so that is the same primer. So 5 hours 44 minutes ago, both of these busts were exactly that primer right there. Of course, we've also done other themes for our busts. We also have a Battlestar Galactica theme, and we will be doing some more of our. We've done a couple of Galadriel Eowyn busts. We have another Lord of the Rings bust. That again is another character from my Harad army. These are all miniatures I made myself. There he is. Look at that. That's from episode 1 of a tutorial series. Well, later today, since it's Sunday, we're going to be filming the next part of that. It's all about super elaborate freehand. Where's the little one that we painted here? He's sitting around here somewhere. There he is. So imagine that freehand on a much larger figure. Fine, we'll get something going on there. Touch more of our light here on the epaulets right there. Also here. Okay, there we go. Let me do that later. A little lighter up there. Also that. Now let's go back to our other guy here, because I'm going to do a couple little, see here, look on the top of this. So I'm just going to create the, a little bit of a weathering, chipping effect there too.
So say we all. So say we all.
Thank you so much, Irid. Appreciate that. Thanks, Irid. Here, let's get a little bit of that for Irid. Thanks, Irid. Geez, Irid, sometimes it doesn't. Oh no, it's it's when you renew a sub. That's it. So it does the gift subs, but yeah, you don't get the sound. At least not automatically. Don't get the sound on renewing the subs for whatever reason. Yeah, well, not too much on this set, because again we have all of our fabulous blood effects there. Couple light on these guys too. Getting some lights in the corner of that now. Let's do some more real heavy duty lights here on. Some of our golds up there. Hey there, Unplugged. How you doing? Welcome back. Like always, Unplugged. Great to see you again. Unplugged. Oh man. There's a couple of new ones that I just printed out, and then there's one I want to try to print out, basically kind of the overnight hours. Imagine the plinth itself is kind of it's the corpse of a soldier, and the bust is the spirit that's kind of coming out of it. Um, and I'll try and print that up after the stream here tonight. That could be wow. That could be a very interesting one. Again, will all the details translate kind of the way the original artwork did? You know, the way I did it. Not sure. But then that's what painting is for too, right? Unplugged. So the other busts that I have printed out, we'll see if they, again, did I support them the right way, whatever. But they're the first of the Red Brigade's busts. So I've got a female sniper, and I've got a winged hussar. Then there's also, I'm going to also try and do that one probably in the overnight hours, is flamethrower guy. Haven't done any flamethrower guys yet, and the whole idea is that I want to be reflecting battlefield flames in the goggles of his gas mask. And I tried to make the goggle, like the goggle parts, the lenses as big as possible, so that we could kind of reflect a bit more, if that makes any sense. Now again, if it all works out, that's great. It might. That's why these are all just in the test stage. Because if that one bust proves to be just unprintable, then we'll have to make some mods to it, and we'll try it again. Ooh, that's when I knew there was something I want to do here. I want to get some more lights on the inside bits of those chains. There we go. Unplugged, if you wanted to share some stuffs in chat too, don't forget to do that. All of our sneaky snakes there. Now we got a couple of other core to the Seven Headed Serpent busts that we're going to be doing. So this one's going to be fun. Again, more little candles. So more source lighting, obviously, with a lot of metal there. So nothing's more fun, right, than bouncing source lighting off of a bunch of metals. Speaking of Seven Headed Serpent, there we go. Look at that. That's going to be super fun right there again. All kinds of, I might try to do some verdigris effects there. And then, well, we got a really fun sort of Joan of Arc theme bust right there. We're going to do the stained glass window effect. So yeah, well, of course, you know how much we love our flamey object source lighting, right, for members of our armies. We have an entire Dunlending army done that way. Also, that recent Army Pioneer series, what, 48? Yes, the Warg Riders with all of the flamey Rohan bit and the casualties too. Yep, lots of casualties on the bases. I don't want to get too much just plain old white there. Let's get some more light working up in here as well. So wishing you great success on that, of course, Unplugged. Great